open data track of this inaugural State of Open conference. I'm really pleased to welcome you all to this room. It's a much bigger room than I thought it was going to be. But if everybody comes closer to the front, then we can enter into a great conversation, I hope, as time goes on. So I'm your host for the next couple of days. As I say, it is the inaugural conference. I'd like to thank the AV team at the back who've helped us to get everything set up, and also Kristen Hadland, who's our producer in this room. And also importantly, Sonia Cooper, who isn't here yet. She's our CFP chair and helped the rest of the committee to judge the amazing entries that we had for this track. So just to give them a name check, that CFP committee were Volker Buscher, Wenhua Lee, Alex Butler, Louise Burke, Rob Bryan, Jennifer Punier, Ian Watt and Paul Clark. So thanks to all of those people. And we did have an amazing set of entries from people and groups wanting to present in this room over the next couple of days. So I hope we've got something for everyone. So before we get started, just a couple of housekeeping things. I'm going to be doing my very best to keep the sessions running to time. This is not my strong suit. Those who know me know that talking is one of my key skills. So I'm not a very good timekeeper. So you are allowed to heckle if things overrun too much. Kristen is actually going to help by holding up some very high-tech signs to keep us all to time. Now, the sessions themselves are quite short, and we've got so many interesting speakers to hear from. But we do also hope that we'll have time at least for some questions. So I'm going to do my best to leave a little bit of time at the end of each session for that. So if you don't get to ask a question, you've got a burning issue that you would like to share or something that you'd like to ask one of our panelists or talkers, then please do seek them out in the breaks. Everybody's very friendly, so I'm sure people would be really happy to be approached. So without further ado, let's get started. And this is where I do the walking and talking thing. And I hope that the team at the back can still hear me on the microphone. So I'm going to check now that you're all here for the right session. Okay, so it's called Power and Diplomacy When Open Data and Real Politics Collide. If that's not what you were hoping to hear, the doors are about to be locked, so I suggest that you leave now. Otherwise, you have to stay. So I'm really delighted to welcome two fantastic speakers for this session. So we've got Gavin Freegard, who is the interim head of public policy at the ODI, the Open Data Institute, so obviously the same organisation that I'm from. And we also have Zisky Putz, the policy and advocacy manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. Thanks for joining us. Okay. So one of the things that struck, we had a long chat last week, the three of us, and we decided that there was a huge amount of scope for what we could discuss in what is quite a short session of 25 minutes. And then it struck me that we've probably got people in the room who may not have thought a huge amount about data as a political instrument or a political material, let alone the weaponization of data. And so I thought we would start from quite a basic point, which is to say, what has data got to do with politics? What has data got to do with diplomacy? What has data got to do with war? I'm going to come to you first, Gavin, with that very easy question. I think you'll agree.
Thanks, Emma. I had a horrible feeling you were about to do that. So what does data have to do with diplomacy and power and politics and everything else? Well, I suppose most things in life are political. And I think those of us who've been attached to the open data movement for a while hope that by publishing lots of data, we can open up the access to that, we can democratise the access to data and the way it's used. More than a decade on, I think we can also see where some of the politics and some of the power is coming into it. There are multiple ways in which that's happening. First of all, there are big, powerful organisations, whether they're governments or whether they're private companies, who just have more resources to be able to analyse that data, have other data that they can bring to bear on it. They're able to get much more out of it just because they are powerful, and therefore this is just another way in which they can exert that power. We can see that, I think one of the trends that we'll see in the UK, I think, over the next year or so is that we'll start to see some political differences on how government and the public sector should approach data, and therefore how the private sector can use data as well. I think as we head towards a general election, the Conservatives on the one side and Labour on the other will start to bring different principles about how data should be used. I think you might see sort of innovation and growth being dominant on one side and perhaps thinking about more communitarian principles on the other. I realise I'm talking about domestic politics quite a lot at the moment, so let's try and take it up to the international level. We've already seen some geopolitical discussions over data. So I think as countries fall out in an international data ecosystem, you start to see political moves being made as well. There's an example of the UK Biobank, which makes its data available to researchers around the world. As UK and Chinese relations started to deteriorate a little bit, and particularly given that the UK and elsewhere wasn't able to get the data it needed from China about the COVID outbreak, we've started to see some of those access rights sort of changing. So again, there's a way that you can exert your sort of geopolitical power through that. We're starting to see people talking about regulatory diplomacy. The UK's foreign policy does exactly that, which is trying to use international institutions, international standards, being there in the room to set particular rules as an extension of power, and trying to sort of use that type of, I suppose, new diplomacy in some respects to get their way within international institutions as well.
Quite a web of relationships and different applications when you look at it from that point of view. Indeed,
and one phrase that, so the ODI at the moment is doing a project around power and diplomacy and data, and one of the phrases that we've come up against is weaponised interdependency, which sounds horribly complicated, but it's sort of that. It's about thinking that the international community has lots of institutions that make countries dependent on one another to a certain extent. And are you able to exert your power within those systems? And again, access to data, the way you think about standards, the way you set standards can be part of that.
Mm-hmm. This notion of, I'm going to come to you, Zisky, because I wonder if this notion of weaponising data is something that you think about, something that you can relate to, that you recognise in your particular work. It might be useful as well for you to just describe a little bit about what your organisation does, what your role is.
Sure, so I work for the Wikimedia Foundation. It is the big international nonprofit that sits behind a lot of the open wiki projects that you might know. Wikipedia is just one of many. We also have Wikidata, which is an open store of openly accessible data. We also have WikiCommons, which is more of like a multimedia repository, especially for freely licensed images. That's sort of what comprises the bulk of it. But in terms of your question, I think in terms of answering why data or how data becomes political, I think of it in much simpler terms. I think Gavin has really done a great job of sketching out both the detail, what it looks like at the national level and also internationally in terms of how it gets caught up in these webs of geopolitics. But I would just say that data is another word for information. Some people might fight me on that. Mm-hmm. That is definitely oversimplified, but at the end of the day, it's just another means of gathering information, of communicating information, of processing it. And information is power. And especially when you have information that is made freely available, that means it's freely available to anybody, both good and bad actors. And on projects like Wikipedia, we see that go both ways. We see how open source platforms and stores of information can almost be a platform for world building, for folks to have their voices heard who previously maybe have not, because we're all caught up in these historical legacies of power, privilege, access, and exclusion. But we also see how states and big tech and other powerful actors can exploit this information store that has already been made freely available and use it to their own advantages, precisely because, as Gavin said, they have the resources to make that happen. They have the money, they have the technical capacity, and they also have the computational power.
I really love that expression, world building, like the role of data, particularly openness and open data in world building. And I guess if you were to go back 10 or 12 years, back to the days when the ODI was founded, that was exactly, we kind of, maybe in hindsight, was slightly naively, saw open data and the open data movement almost in exclusively positive terms. And I wonder, what would, hindsight is a wonderful thing, but I wonder, Gavin, like reflecting on those early days, what did we get wrong, or what could we have done differently, as I say, with the benefit of hindsight, to ensure that we were able to build a world that was much more in line with our vision, much more utopian, I guess?
I think in some respects it was the sort of spreadsheet field of dreams. And we thought if we built those open data platforms, everyone would come and they would have equal access to all of that and they'd be able to make equal use of that data. And I think that didn't happen. You know, large institutions, for good, as well as sometimes not for quite so good, were able to bring the expertise that they had, the computing power that they had, the knowledge that they had, to be able to do more with it. And we didn't necessarily think about, well, how do we help everybody else navigate this sort of new world where there's a lot more data available? So I think that was probably part of it. I think, you know, the open data movement has changed quite a lot over the last decade, and I think, you know, publishing with purpose and phrases like that, where we understand that, you know, governments and other organisations don't have the capacity to just publish everything and put it out there, although, you know, there are some great attempts to try and do more of that. Mm-hmm. And I think we've probably become a little bit more focused on, well, why are we doing this? And those are quite healthy dynamics as well. But I think we didn't really pay as much attention as we should have to the whole ecosystem. And also, and this also goes to a sort of small p political point as well, it's really important that we have brilliant conferences like this that bring those of us who care about open data and the open movement together. But when we're talking to members of the public, we still sometimes fail to help them understand, well, why should they care about any of this? Mm-hmm. And again, I think a trend we're probably seeing at the moment is people starting to talk much more about, well, this is where open data is useful for health, or this is where open data is useful for education, or for the future of work. Mm-hmm. So again, I think we're doing things about it, mm-hmm. And we're sort of correcting some of the, not mistakes so much as the, you know, the enthusiasm with which we had at the beginning led us to just want to get everything out there, mm-hmm. and now we're starting to see everything mature.
Mm-hmm. Can I interject and be cheeky? Of course. You said something along the lines of, we are failing to communicate with the public about what the open movement is. But isn't that exactly the point of the open movement, that it is for and by the public?
I suppose what I mean is, because that's absolutely right, it's if you're thinking about, you know, somebody who's never thought about data in their everyday lives, you know, just going about their business, and they've maybe heard open data, maybe they've not heard of open data. How do we, as a movement, which again is public, but how do we talk to them about this is why you should think about this, maybe care about this, and understand why it might be a benefit to you? And
engage communities and individuals in this. I mean, we've at the ODI, we've started to work a lot more in the domain of participatory data. And, you know, I often think we are very sort of global north centric, and we're very, you know, sort of classist, I guess you could say. You know, the open movement, not exclusively, but, you know, has tended to be the preserve of the, you know, the elite, and, you know, those of us who are really, you know, lucky to be a part of the kind of thought leadership around this. But actually, a lot of the data that is being collected and a lot of the data that's been made available as open data is about people who have no agency in the collection, the use, and the sharing of that data. And I don't think we can have a conversation about the role of data and open data in, you know, geopolitics or diplomacy or any of these areas without touching on that subject. So I wonder, Zisky, I'm going to come to you first on this one. What are your thoughts on that, and how we, you know, how we operate much more as a global community rather than, you know, because it does feel very, very sort of centred in the West currently.
I mean, my overarching response to that is just that I agree. I think you hit the nail on the head and you articulated it beautifully. Those are exactly the challenges that the open movement faces, because there's no one way in which the open movement has failed or has fallen short. It's very simply the fact that it doesn't exist in a vacuum. And so the ideas that we're talking about, the ideals, the people, the communities, and also the technologies that we're talking about that make up this entire movement, they are part and parcel of the political, the social, the economic forces that we interact with on a daily basis. And as you said, that influences the actual infrastructure that was designed, deployed, and governed by individuals. And as a result, it's going to reflect their biases, their assumptions, and also their objectives and interests. But then if I want to interact with that infrastructure, let's say it's access to information on a site like Wikipedia, for me, that's also going to be affected by the forces that shape my life right now. If I'm trying to access information, it's going to be something like maybe governmental censorship, corporate tracking and surveillance, somebody taking and selling my data, all kinds of situations like that. But I at least come at it from a position of privilege because I've grown up with a lot of sensitivity to media literacy. I've had the privilege of growing up with laptops in my education system. And so I'm aware of this, and I'm also guarded by it because I exist in a regulatory system. I'm Austrian, so when I'm in Austria, I get to benefit from something called GDPR, which blocks who can actually take my data. And these privileges don't exist for everybody around the world. On Wiki, we see a lot of initiatives right now to digitize cultural heritage. We think is kind of two-pronged because on one end, it's an incredible collection of projects that mean, like, there's this project, I'm trying to think of exactly what it is. They're Balinese manuscripts that are documented on palm leaves. And there's a project by Balinese Wikimedians who are trying to digitize that information, which is amazing because it means it can start to be used in classrooms. Folks all around the world can learn about this history that previously was excluded or just undocumented online, which basically means it doesn't exist until somebody else shows up in Bali and decides that they've discovered it. You know, these are dynamics that we're very familiar with. It's great when those communities are in charge, but that's not always the case, as you said. And that's where we start to lean towards situations of exploitation, or even data colonialism is a term a lot of folks use to describe what ends up happening. I kind of went on a rant there, so I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, you did, and I'd be really interested in your thoughts as well on this, Gavin.
I mean, well, all of that, basically. I think, and you hinted at this, well, you more than hinted at this as well. I think there's also that change that we've got. You know, states in different parts of the world obviously have a huge amount of power in these ecosystems, and we're starting to see quite different approaches from different regions about how they approach data. So, you know, broadly speaking, the EU, you mentioned GDPR, has a more citizen-centric view of how some data is used than some others. So, for instance, the US, it's probably more market-based. In China, it's a lot more sort of state surveillance-based to the way that they approach data. And we're starting to see, we've got this with the online safety bill here in the UK at the moment, that different parts of the world are starting to think about internet regulation in different ways. So those values that governments are bringing are going to start changing some of these things. But the other thing that you sort of mentioned was, I suppose, that privatisation, actually, of some of that quite important infrastructure. We think about the big tech companies. It's not just the big tech companies. There are lots of others. But if you think about some of those and the power they have over the physical infrastructure as well behind a lot of this, so, you know, ownership of undersea cables, data centres. I think it's Castells, the sort of media theorist, who sort of says the paradox is that as our world becomes more wireless, we become more and more dependent on that physical infrastructure. So who owns that, who regulates that, who governs that really matters.
Absolutely. It's a really interesting point, the relationship between states, big tech, the physical infrastructure, as you mentioned. There are those who suggest that, you know, the big tech companies now operate much more like nation states than they do like private enterprises. And, you know, there are also those who say that as a result of that, they should be governed by the same sorts of instruments as government, so that, you know, they not that they should have elected officials, but that they should have more of the kind of checks and balances around them than normal kind of enterprises would have. A few less of the freedoms and more of the responsibilities that go with collecting these vast amounts of data that they do. I just wonder what your thoughts are around that in particular, and actually whether it's workable even, because, you know, as you mentioned, Gavin, it depends on where you are, doesn't it, as to how people see the relationship between the state and the big tech companies. And, you know, I mean, the TikTok in the news today, I'm trying very hard not to mention that and the balloon. But yeah, Zisky, I wonder if you've got any thoughts on the kind of regulation and the sort of infrastructure that should be placed around big tech.
I have a lot of feelings about this. I could go on another rant, I think, about accountability, because that's what it comes down to me. I don't know what the tools are or the mechanisms to make that happen, if national policy is actually the tool that you should be applying to hold big tech to account. But I also sort of take issue with these conversations that only orient around big tech. Of course, it's a massive power, and they are shaping the infrastructure that they use, and they are also increasingly shaping the norms and the regulations that determine how I get to interact with information online. But just because they're big powers and big bullies doesn't mean that they're the only ones we should be listening to. And Gavin mentioned the UK Online Safety Bill. I think this is exactly an example of what can go wrong, maybe. The UK Online Safety Bill right now is trying to hold big tech to account for harmful content that they may host on their platforms. That is objectively a good thing to try to do, except when you design a regulation with the idea that big tech equals the entire internet, platforms like Wikimedia fall to the side. And certain aspects of this regulation would be detrimental to the way that free and open knowledge projects like Wikipedia actually exist. For example, there would be some stringent top-down content moderation policies that sort of require a centralized actor. And that is the exact opposite to how Wikipedia has been running as a very successful and trustworthy source of information for the past 20 plus years. It's community-led content moderation. And that's something that I think speaks to that early utopian ideal of the internet, that this kind of collective action and democratic participation can actually work to govern content online and to create something that, at the end of the day, is a public good for information. It's not information that's behind paywalls. And if we only stick to regulations like the UK Online Safety Bill, which also is going to be one of the first actors, so it could easily have a ripple effect in terms of influencing public policies in other countries around the world, what's going to happen to the rest of the internet? The sites that aren't big tech, that we get a lot of joy from. Maybe those are just meme generators, but that's a lot of fun.
It's interesting. I mean, Jimmy Wales is he's speaking tomorrow in the plenary session, giving a keynote, but he's also back here tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock.
And so ask him all the
We'll
hard
be
questions.
asking him about the online safety bill. So if you're interested in that, then that's the opportunity, but lots of other things as well. Gavin, I'm going to come to you for a response to that provocation, but then I think we'll have 5 minutes of questions and thoughts from the audience before we close.
Great. Well, I think in a sense, something like the online safety bill, whichever new government department is responsible for it by the end of this event, sort of shows both the good and the bad of politics and the role it has to play. It can be good in that, again, done right, which it hasn't necessarily been. You might have a political vision for how you might constrain some of the power of certain actors in the system, and it is good that there is democratic discussion about that, and that is something that can solve some of the problems that we've touched about. On the other hand, it also shows the bad, which you've already gone into, but and I suppose just one final point on the good is that there is that sense still sometimes of tech inevitability and tech solutionism, that it will solve all of our problems, it will naturally evolve in such a way, but actually there are political choices around that can make it work for us in a better or worse way. Where it shows the sort of bad of politics is that I suppose it's open to a lot of the problems that we already see in political systems. Certain actors can lobby much more strongly than others, certain voices will be heard much more loudly, and the sort of sausage-making, compromising, bartering of legislation means that some things don't always cohere the way they should, and you can end up with legislation which is patchy and not really that well thought through. And I think we have a particular issue when it comes to digital policy, data policy, tech policy, cyber policy, whichever of the different names you want to give it, that our politicians still haven't quite got there in terms of understanding how best to do all of this, the things they need to think about, and not necessarily having the support structures in place to support them with that as well.
And there's a big skills and knowledge piece there as well, but we haven't got time to go into that one just now. So I'd like to ask if anyone from the audience has a question or a thought or a provocation, or lady over here. Could you wait for the microphone? I think we've got some microphones, handhelds. I was given really strict instructions not to let anybody ask a question until they had a microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Hello? No.
Oh dear. There's another one coming, I think.
We have another question in the front.
Yeah, we can't take questions without a microphone because of our colleagues that have joined us online.
Does that work?
There
yeah.
we go, that's
okay,
working.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm Alex. You spoke about how open data movement is biased towards like the global north. However, sort of global data collection can benefit things like scientific research because you're not just taking sort of information from subjects who are geographically close to research institutions but worldwide. And you can implement things like data trust and things like this to sort of shift the power away from these large institutions to a more distributed power balance of who controls data. How realistic do you think these sorts of structures are going forward? Do you think sort of the data paradigm will shift towards this more like decentralized control of data?
Thank you, great question. Zisky, I'm going to come to you first for that one.
Is this a question mainly about like how I feel about it, if I think it's going to happen? I am actually very optimistic about this. I think like the powers that be have a way more control and power than the smaller actors who are trying to counteract and sort of make this decentralized control possible. But I'm very optimistic because we're seeing a lot more of these kinds of initiatives cropping up. We're seeing a lot of countries in the global south starting to rally around copyright reform that would actually allow them to have some protections in the digital age and to make sure that when they're partnering with a research center around global health initiatives in the UK, and let's say between the UK and Kenya, that then when that paper, that data set is released, they will continue to have access to it and they will be credited with it. And it's not just put up behind paywalls. You also have initiatives from Tim Berners-Lee and Nigel Shadbolt who are trying to figure out what decentralized data architectures could actually look like online and to make sure that there are data collectives where individuals have agency and control. So I think the fact that these conversations are starting to happen and also that they're much more representative and diverse in terms of who is participating in them and whose interests are part of them are really, really important and really encouraging. So that gives me a lot of hope.
Great. I'm going to take one question from this person over here, if that's okay, and this will need to be the last one. I'm so sorry, we're just on such a... No, you can ask your question. This is the last question.
Hello? Yeah.
There you go.
So I was wondering if you have some thoughts on best strategies to achieve effective public engagement for responsible governance of data, but also other technologies such as AI. Thank you.
Gavin.
Well, the ODI is currently doing some work on participatory data governance, which is helpful. I think this is one of those conversations that's really starting to kick into gear at the moment, and people are asking that question. So we have got some examples in the UK, I think, of people sort of using things like citizens' assemblies, more deliberative methods, as well as more quantitative things like public attitudes tracking, which helps and is necessary, but it's not sufficient. We do need to go to that next level of sort of bringing people in. I think we've seen some failures of that recently, things like GPDPR, which was the attempt to use more health data, didn't really talk to the public as much as it should have. So in fact, I suppose we've got negative examples of how not to do it at the moment. But places like the ODI, the Ada Lovelace Institute as well, have got research which is pointing towards people who've done this well. I think it's about, and we see academic organisations do exactly the same thing as well, it's about ensuring that there is that space for people to be able to get involved at all stages of a data sharing, data use process. So all the way from the design, all the way through to monitoring the implementation and just making sure that that voice is built in and making sure that those voices are built in, because of course the public does not have a single view on how their data is used. It's important to try and get that diversity and understand the different perspectives.
And I think that's a really positive note to end on. So I'd like to thank you all for joining us. I'd like to thank Zisky and Gavin for being on the panel. The next panel, if you want to stick with open data, and I really hope you do, is General Best Practices in Open Data, which is being chaired by Salona Bonewald from IEEE. So we're going to take 5 minutes just to reorient the room, and then we'll be kicking off that panel very soon. Thank you. That we are being live streamed, so keep it clean. If you have questions at the end, if we have time for questions, then you'll need to have a microphone, otherwise the live stream won't pick that up. So I'm really delighted now to introduce another panel for your delight and delectation this afternoon. We have a panel on general best practices in open data, which is being chaired by the much admired Salona Bonewald. She's the Executive Director of IEEE SA Open. Salona.
Thank you. Thank you, and I'm sharing my panel with two wonderful ladies who know much on the open data realm.
Lisa.
Lisa.
It's all right, don't worry.
Sorry, Lisa Allen from ODI, and Sarah Wormer from Plessis Experts. So first, who am I? She gave a general direction. We'll go fast on it. I'm mostly doing this so that later you can find me. My open data journey started way back when. I've been doing databases since the 80s. And I started doing open data in 2004 in government when everybody thought I was a crazy person. So it's been fun to watch it all get expanded since then. Lisa Allen?
Hi everybody, I'm Lisa Allen. I'm the Director of Data and Services at the Open Data Institute. So at the ODI, I manage a team that looks after consultants, helping people with open data, to our data team, to being a sponsor for our data assurance programme. I think my journey into open data was from my time at government. So I led the release for the Environment Agency of releasing 2,000 data sets as open within 1 year, when in the past we'd only released 93. And that was part of the big DEFRA challenge, so Department for the Environment, where we released around about 10,000 data sets as open in that time. And there's others in this room who was also involved in that challenge. And then I went on to do GDPR, which was the opposite.
Oops. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sarah Womer. I actually started off in the 90s as a journalist, and then later I ended up as an analyst for a defense company, and that September the 11th, 2001 hit. And then I ended up looking at the weaponization of information and the weaponization of data. So I was there very early on looking at how information could be weaponized or used in a negative way. And then I just got into OSINT, and I've been doing OSINT, which is open source intelligence, for about 20, yeah. So.
Awesome. And so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go like 5 minutes each into some of our pet topics to give a quick overview, and then we'll open up for questions. Okay, so with Lisa.
Yep.
All right.
Oh no, I don't need this. I was just going to keep the original one. That's for after reading.
Oh, that's for after? Okay.
Yeah, it's just for people for after reading. Cool. Yeah, so I was just going to touch on things like the outcomes for open data, some of the risks you need to think about, and how it can help you with trust and transparency. So I always like to start with the outcomes, and my team will always hear me say, you know, it's not about the process, it's about the outcome. And when you think about some of the stuff that happened with the release of the Environment Agency's 2,000 data sets as open within that 1 year, it was quite amazing, actually, because a lot of the time people were quite negative about releasing the data, because obviously they were told ministerially you needed to do that in that time. But I don't think it's always obvious to people about how the data can be used by other people. So some of the stuff that was really interesting from that time was how the data was picked up and used. So one of the data sets that we released was the LiDAR data, so that's terrain data. And for the Environment Agency at the time, it was just using it to plan where they would put in flood defences. And so it was very much engineering, operational, about saving people's lives, really. And it was amazing to watch some of the outcomes that happened on the back of that. So it was picked up by an archaeologist who found 17 kilometres of Roman roads. And I remember the guy was just so ecstatic because he was just about to retire, and he just found all these Roman roads he'd been looking his entire career for, and it'd been in that data all along. But that was not something that was in our mind when we were thinking about open data. It was also that it got then picked up in Minecraft, so the kids' game. So that was pretty phenomenal as well, and we couldn't have predicted that either. One of my favourites was 3D Art of London. So it just showed you actually how culturally data can input as well. And obviously at the ODI we have an arts programme as well. But it's other things that we're doing today at the Open Data Institute, where we're looking at open active. So we're looking at trying to get more people active to enhance well-being and health. through people publishing open data, so you can find activities as easy as you can book a hotel. And that just shows that actually there's so many really positive outcomes that come from open data that you just can't really think about it sometimes when you're in an organisation. You don't see all those possibilities that are out there. And actually, once you start releasing that data, then you start seeing all that come back to you. And it's not just economic value, you know, it's much wider than that, societal and cultural. But then that leads me into my other topic is about risk. And this is one of the things really, it was in the notes, if they'll get access to the PowerPoint, is a bit of about a publishing process really, about how you actually go about publishing the data. Because it was one of the things we had to look at quite clearly, and we work with organisations now to help them publish their data. But there's the 101 of, you know, identify your data. I mean, it's a no-brainer really, but there's lots of organisations that don't even have data catalogues and don't even know what they've got. But then it's about assessing that risk for sharing that data. And what you find is, because it's almost like, and I don't know if I can say this, but GDPR has done too good a job, so people are scared. But they're not scared for the right reasons. So if you look at some of the risks within data, yes, personal data is a risk that you need to mitigate or not share the data. I mean, we don't think that all data can be open. Data exists on a spectrum from, you know, closed through to shared through to open. And then it's a necessary mitigation which you'll need to put in place. And some data might just mean you share it with a limited number of people, you know, in a data institution or for research purposes. But other data you can mitigate and you can share it out there openly. And I think looking like through a data sharing risk assessment, we're just about to release a tool in the next few weeks to help people really work out what it is it a real risk or is it a fear? So lots of people have fear that it's the data quality is not good enough, or they'll be fearing that other people won't understand it. And one of my personal favourites when I was working at the Environment Agency, somebody said, I can't release it because I'd have to translate it into Welsh. So you're like, yeah, I don't think that's the case. So understanding what actually is a fear compared to actually technically the things that they need to consider, like IP, commercial, national security is a big one too, and we've touched on some of that earlier. So actually understanding what are the ones that are really risks compared to the ones that are fears is quite important. And then I think that leads us into thinking about trust and how open data can help you with trust and transparency. So what does it mean to be a trusted organisation? And one of the things that we're doing at the ODI is looking at data assurance. So what does it mean to have trustworthy practices with your data, and how can you demonstrate that for others? Because often if you share that open data and you've not put what the data is about, what the purpose was for, it's really hard to pick it up and use it. So actually we're looking at a code of conduct that's pointing out those things that's really important for trust. So there's an easy way to demonstrate, and you can pick up and know that an organisation has followed those practices. And we're also looking at how you apply that to a data set too. So how do you know that they've got a specification? How do you know, it's not got other people's third-party rights embedded in it? Just to make it as easy as possible and frictionless as possible for that innovation, that efficiency that can come from open data. And I suppose the last thing I'd say is if you are publishing open data, never do it on a Friday, because if it goes wrong, then it ruins the weekend.
Awesome. Okay, so let me go ahead and get to Sarah's.
Sorry. Okay, so I've looked at it from open data from both the good and the bad. A lot of it was already covered today as far as some of the bad. But data has changed significantly over time. Whether it's open source intelligence, or whether it's a librarian, or whether it's somebody working in a scientific laboratory, what we've had access to has changed. And that is continuing to evolve. And as it evolves, sometimes people don't even think about the type of data that might be available, or the vehicle that data will be delivered in. And so that's some of the challenges I think that we as humanity actually face today, is how do we gauge, when something is too much or too little? I remember in 2002, when in the United Kingdom, there was a person who was not nice. His name was Abu Hamza al-Misri, and he had a website, and it belonged to something called the Finsbury Park Mosque at that time. And he was doing indoctrination, recruitment, and fundraising through his website for Al-Qaeda. And when I talked to somebody at that time, now keeping in mind this is 2002, the response was, okay, but that person has freedom of speech. That was the response. Okay, that person has freedom of speech. So that obviously has changed since that time, and that has evolved. But then the question becomes, when is it too much? When is the governance too much? And is that standard of governance being held equally, cross-culturally, cross-religiously, and between the East and the West and the North and the South? How is it being kept equal? Because I would argue right now there are extremisms online that are just as egregious, or I'm sorry, I mispronounced that, or as dangerous as that was in 2002, that are operating today. So how do you govern that? You know, is it just the big tech that, you know, people are talking about as far as big tech? Or are the individuals accountable? You know, so that's something I think we're looking at today. So when you're looking at traditional collection sources, it goes through everything from the old school stuff to the new school stuff. And the graph on this slide, sorry, I do have some voice dysphonia. The graph on this slide is to show the haves and have-nots. And that's important too when you're talking about data governance, because not only is it talking about the haves and have-nots, like who has access to the data through the internet, that can also impact cognitive security. And the way that it could impact cognitive security is if you are in a place that is either what's called a filter bubble, where you're in an algorithm and you're not seeing outside information, or you're in a place where there's not a lot of access to the internet, or there's not a lot of access to the library, and you're being spoon-fed information. Both of those cause cognitive security issues. Next slide. So for data, AI, and open source intelligence, the good and the bad, there's a lot of things, and historically I used to look at bad, too much bad. But I've learned that there's a lot of things that this can be used for good. So, you know, it can go everything from helping somebody find a missing person to human rights investigations. I know there's an open source intelligence NGO called Bellingcat that does some great human rights investigations that they post online. Health OSINT, health open source information and health data, though, again, you have that balancing act. When is it too much? When is it too much to track a pandemic? And when is it necessary to go to the length that you're going to in collection? And then I'm not going to go through all of them on the slide, but I think that, you know, it's a fairly comprehensive list. And if you have a question about any of them, please ask me in Q&A. And as I mentioned on the bad, we have the haves and have-nots. This time in history is, and I've looked at adversarial use of information in multiple ways, but one that I would want to point out that's a new thing, or fairly new thing, is we now have, whether it's a state actor or non-state actor, we now have national level doxing, which is not open source intelligence. Okay, I know some people get a misunderstanding, they'll think doxing is OSINT, and it's not. So what has happened in Ukraine is you have state actors and non-state actors that have actually posted up online personal information of soldiers from either side. You know, socials, their ID number, their passport number, their photo, their family name, so on and so forth. It's no longer a question of one person picking on another person or one platform that's putting out stuff. It's now a question at a nation state level. I think GDPR is a good start. I think the United States, we need to relook at how we're protecting our information of our citizens so that we're not so easily doxed. But it is something that is a fairly new TTP or tactic, technique, or procedure. So, and if the other ones on here, please ask me during Q&A, because I heard we're almost out of time. And Selena still needs to speak. So the future evolutions and best practices of open data and open source intelligence are really dependent on humanity. And I know that sounds like a very cliche or bogus response, but it's true. And the reason that it's true is because you have to define, we as humans need to define what is acceptable and what is not. And you would think that it's easy, like we all sit here and we'd say, okay, I know genocide is wrong, okay? Genocide is a horrid thing. Yet if you sit a group of five representatives from different countries together, they're not gonna have the exact same definition. So we need to come together and people need to come to open source wise, need to push and say, these are what we find is acceptable and not acceptable. Okay, that's it. I'm handing it to Sloan.
Hi. So for me, I'll shorten mine up a little bit, and instead, I won't talk about any of my old stuff. I'll just talk about the new stuff. Right now, we at IEEE SA, the Standards Association, we're working on a new best practices called the OSSPG, Open Source Software Project Governance. And we're doing it as a best practice so that we can get all of the different aspects in it at once. We kind of try to build best practices from an academic point of view. One of the other really good examples of some of those standards that are already, somewhat completed and always in motion is the 7000 series, the ethicsanddesign.ieEE.org, which actually just got cited by the European Commission on their new ethical AI paper that they're working on. And so we're trying to do something similar here for, first of all, the software project governance. But the next step is we've got a ton of things that are happening like this, I've noticed in a lot of other IEEE standards, where we're talking about that in the healthcare one, we're talking about it in the blockchain one, we're talking about it in the ethical design ones, all those different things. And so one of the reasons I wanted to do this was to kind of send up a little balloon flyer as to who would be interested in talking more about best practices in open data in a generalized fashion, not necessarily the specifics for every single one, but what are the things that we need to think about and that we need to look at. Obviously government has a bunch of different steps that they're like, hey, this is what we take to keep you safe. On the OSINT side, we've got a bunch of stuff of, oh, here's what we also do to keep you safe. I think that there's a lot more, as was brought up earlier about the colonialism, the more Aboriginal thinking about some of the other types of data as well for those disenfranchised people who might not even have internet access and things of that nature, and how are you going to be participatory when they don't even have access to the internet? And so bringing all of that together, and so not just corporate, I'm talking government, academia, non-profits, normally don't get to have enough of a voice in regards to this, and if anyone knows what's going down, it's them, and bringing everyone together. So that was my big push for my sneaky reason for doing this. And 5 minutes, it looks like, for questions. Yeah. Oh, wait, we need a mic. Oh, and I'm posting the slides, and there's a whole bunch of recommended readings and more stuff to go look at and things of that nature.
Hi, Xander Harrison. Lisa, you talked a little bit about DEFRA's previous efforts in publishing open data. These days, data.gov.uk is a bit of a desert, really. I was wondering if anyone had examples of organizations that are doing a really good job at releasing open data today or in the last couple of years.
I think it's about the federated approach now, isn't it? So I think at the moment, obviously, yeah, I agree, data.gov.uk needs a bit of work. The Elasticsearch doesn't work. You have to go to Google if you're going to find anything on there. And the amount of stuff on there is just hideous, isn't it? It's mixed. So I won't go down that rabbit hole. But I think if you think about trying to find the data and the almost what data publishers can do, because actually there's so much data out there at the moment, optimizing it for search engine optimization, being really, really clear about your data sets and that plain English can really help. I think what we're starting to see is almost like flavours of portals popping up. So there'll be flavours in the energy, there'll be flavours in water as people are trying to draw those data sets together. I think it's gonna be interesting because obviously the data.gov.uk is just metadata, isn't it? You know, we've got all these different platforms with the actual data on, but how that all works together, that architecture, I always explain it as a bit of the Russian doll problem. You always think you're the biggest Russian doll, don't you? And then there's others nested on top and on top. And that's what we're dealing with, I think, when we're looking at this. So I don't think there's an easy solution, but I think there's got to be definitely a lot more design in thinking about how do we join all this stuff together without creating tons and tons of platforms that's going to cause even more problems.
Yeah, and I see that happening a lot in regards to the metadata standards that different people are working on. But the problem is way too often they end up being too situated in the technology itself and not carrying it out to the people and the other different aspects of it too. And so we have to be careful, and we have to keep an eye on that in regards to the standards that we do to make sure that we are actually bringing back the ethical and moral aspects of it. Mike. Sorry, this is my teacher's pet back here, so have to take his question.
Sorry. So, I mean, great talk and very interesting perspectives from the three of you. So I work for a university, and so many of the faculty I work with do lots of data work, right? And I know a lot of the subjects spoken up on stage were more about like the securitization of data and, you know, like dangers with doing so. But most of the faculty I talk to are actually like, their biggest struggle is they're like, I don't know how to share data correctly, right? I don't know how to share data in a way that it's findable or that like it's in the right format. I don't even know how to know this. I was just wondering, between the three of you who are kind of sort of experts in this area, like who would you recommend that we watch to like figure out what are the best practices in this area? Are there any organizations or initiatives that come to mind for doing so?
I'd say talk to the ODI.
I was about to say, I think she's got a bias on that one right there. Yes, but at the same time, I've been looking over their stuff, and it's really good because that's why I wanted to have her on the panel. So obviously, I've got my own bias as well. I'm watching a lot of different stuff go through, and some of the stuff that I think is really interesting is going to be some of the stuff that is coming out of the ethics of AI portion, because so much of it at this point is going to be both the citation aspects of it as well as the accountability portions. And once you get some of that in there, you know, how do you unwind that? Because once you get a certain amount of aggregate information, privacy still goes away. You know, we have this whole idea of, you know, privacy through obscurity. And that's not happening, and we have to get past that, and we have to figure out what that's actually going to look like, which is like why she was saying so much of the data ends up being metadata.
I come from a different approach. I look at it more of the tradecraft and methodology of the sharing versus one source. So I think, you know, one thing that is really good is to look at knowledge management systems. And information dissemination through knowledge management systems, that's I think a good way to also go.
Yeah, and I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that we are actually doing open knowledge-based data standards. So, yeah. But that's why I said, why a general best practice? Because I feel like there's so many pieces like what you've brought up that we all need to get in there and start discussing, and having something that's more overall, and then we can dive down into our nitty-gritty musts versus shoulds. Thanks. That time? Yeah.
I think it is. Just stay where you are for a second, if you wouldn't mind. I'd just like everyone to show their appreciation for Salona, for Sarah, and for Lisa. Thank you. Really excellent. Really good. Okay, so, you know, it's great when you host an event like this because there's always a curveball. I've had mine. Unfortunately, Chris Jackson, who is due to give our next talk, is not able to join us any longer. He's been stuck on a train. So I don't really want to leave a half-hour gap in the schedule, so we've got about 25 minutes. So what I've decided to do with it, if you're interested, if anybody would like to have 5 to 10 minutes of stage time to present a project or an idea or a concept or a company, then I'm really happy to run a really short open mic session. We've probably got time for 2 to 3 flash talks, and then some questions. Now, it may be that nobody wants to do this, in which case that's fine. But if you would like one of those shorter sessions and then, or you'd like to just stay around and see what happens, then that's fine too. But we've got this little short gap in our program and I'd really like to fill it. And I know you're all great and you're all really interesting. So if you'd like one of those short slots, if you could, this is Kristen over here in the black and white dress. If you could make yourself known to Kristen, that would be fantastic. We won't mic you up with a lapel mic, we'll just give you a handheld mic. Which we're sure are going to work. And as I say, you'll have 5 to 10 minutes to present whatever it is in the open data space that you'd like to talk about. So make yourself known to Kristen if that's what you'd like to do. Otherwise, I will see you back here for another talk at 2:30, which is 2:35, which is with Dr. Lauren Cadwallader, who's going to talk about open data in the academic world. So thank you very much.
I'll do it, Kristen. Yeah, I'll do it. But obviously,
up, two of whom are waiting in the wings. We're going to be hearing from one of our amazing volunteers, Pablo, who will be talking about open judicial data and transparency. But first of all, I'm delighted to say that one of the organisers of the event, Aaron Booth, is going to join us on stage, and they're going to talk about the need to regulate open carbon data. So if you were interested in the whole energy space, which was what the original talk was going to be here with Chris Jackson, who, for those who are joining us on the stream, is unfortunately unable to join us. So I'm going to welcome Aaron. 5 minutes, please, Aaron.
I'll try and keep to time. So my name is Aaron Booth. I am one of the organisers of the conference, but also I run a consultancy called Cloud Sustainably, focused on reducing carbon emissions in cloud and IT. My background is in kind of cloud governance and FinOps. So several years ago, started digging into the data of cloud spending. And over the last couple of years, I've really started to think about the importance of carbon and carbon data. If you look at the hyperscalers that exist right now, there's a bit of a disparity between them. For example, Google have a lot of carbon data available inside their console. Microsoft have access to a brilliant API that was recently released, whereas AWS have something called the Customer Carbon Footprint tool. One of the issues with these different tools and how they do this is there's no consistency. The data from each of the cloud providers is in different formats, and it doesn't even account for all of the different types of carbon emissions. For those who aren't familiar, carbon emissions can be split into 3 different areas: Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. So Scope 1 carbon emissions is anything that you burn yourself in order to do something or produce energy. So that would be gasoline in backup generators. Scope 2 is carbon released from the energy that you consume or use. So that would be from your provider of energy. You may have 0 Scope 2 emissions if you're 100% renewable. However, Scope 3 carbon emissions is carbon embedded within the supply chain. So within that supply chain, where we estimate that from anywhere between 80 to 95% of all carbon in IT exists. And the reason why it's so high is that the majority of it comes from the maintenance and creation of the hardware that goes into the data centers. So, for example, an SSD would only last a couple of years, 3 to 4 years, because once it gets to a limit of read and write actions, it has to be completely replaced and recycled. While we talk about the importance of reusing and circular economies, over the last few years, a percent of our reuse of all materials on the Earth has actually gone down, and part of that is driven by technology. When we look at the kind of role that cloud providers and other technology providers have to play in future ecosystems and understanding carbon that goes into IT, there's a lot more to do to make sure that carbon data is understood, readily accessible, and publicly available. I think that there should be more regulation in this space so that when we are trying to compare different cloud providers and the way we host our IT services, it's much easier to compare apples and apples rather than apples, pears, and oranges. I'm trying to think what else I could say. It's been 5 minutes, I think, yeah? I'm actually not mic'd up, so
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now take a seat at the table and we'll make sure you get a mic. I'm going to ask now Pablo Hilaire to come and join us on stage. And Pablo's going to talk about open judicial data and transparency. You have 5 minutes on the clock, Pablo.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm taking this opportunity to speak. I'm here today because I came to the UK to study a master's in public policy, and basically, I believe that I'm here because of open data, because it's what I've been working for the past years pretty passionately about, and specifically open judicial data. 5 years back, I was working at a criminal court within the city of Buenos Aires, and I came across this judge that had this crazy idea of opening up the data of every judgment of the court. So we started to reach out to people that work with open data back home, and basically we opened and we set up an open data repository where we publish periodically and as fast as we can every judgment, but of course, being a criminal court, we gotta take care of the personal data implied, so we have to work to have a good balance between access to information and the protection of personal data, right? So we started to anonymize this set and reach out to people within civil society organizations. And you might imagine that we weren't so liked within the judiciary for doing this, but most of our support and our encouragement came within organizations working on the grounds and trying to see how we can solve through open data issues within the judiciary. And it was also about building trust in our judiciary, because we don't have really good levels of trust within our judiciary in Latin America in general. And this ended up in, for instance, on 2019, we organized a hackathon and one university with organizations from the private, the public sector. And we set up a challenge, because you might believe it or not, but all this anonymization I was talking about for every judgment, we did it manually and without any resources. So we set up a challenge in 2019 within a hackathon to see if a group of developers could come up with a tool to anonymize all the judgments. And they presented a protocol at the end of the hackathon, 12 hours after the day, a pretty good tool that eventually got funded by the IDB, and now is being used within the court system. And it was mainly funded because of its scalability, right? Whenever we speak about opening up data from the government side, there's always this question about, okay, we don't have the resources to it, or it's pretty difficult to do in an anonymized way. And we basically demonstrated with this bottom-up transparency project that it can be done if you reach out to the right organizations and the right people. And I have 1 minute now, but happy to discuss with any of you further and show the open data repository and keep the chat going. And in terms of what's happening locally, in terms of open justice, I think this is quite relevant and actual issue, because the government just responded to the Justice Committee House of Commons report on open justice and all the implications that the new digitization of the court system will bring in terms of opening up data from the judiciary and the harms that can be done by opening up data. That's it.
Pablo? Yeah, just hang on to that. Yeah. Okay, and finally, in the open mic session, we have David Aronchik. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is David here? David Aronchik.
Oh, he's not right.
Wes is going to do it instead.
Oh.
Because David.
Lucky you. Come on up. And you're from Protocol Labs, is that right? Yes, ma'am. Excellent. Okay, take the mic. You've 5 minutes, and then we'll do a general Q&A about all three talks at the end.
Lovely. Thank you for giving us a moment to speak. My name is Wes Floyd. I'm from Protocol Labs. We are really well known for our invention of what's called Interplanetary File System, or IPFS. This was an extremely popular technology in most of the Web3 ecosystem, or particularly decentralized finance, decentralized science. And I'm very much going to use this time to promote the decentralized science community. We have a couple of folks in the audience here who are part of it as well. But to give you a little bit of background on what Protocol Labs does, the main focus is decentralized data storage technologies. And at the heart of it, the goal of IPFS is to store data based on its content, addressing the data by content, not where it lives. So rather than saying, go get some file that lives at www.wesfloyd.com/myserver, get some content because there is a unique hash for that specific content. Wherever it is, wherever it lives, you can be sure that you're accessing the right content because it has an immutable hash to it. And so this is extremely revolutionary for decentralized technologies because you don't have to rely on a centralized provider to ensure that you're getting the right content. And this has been used throughout the crypto and Web3 communities, but our project is now applying it to a movement called decentralized science. And within the scientific community, there's been a lot of calls for reproducibility, overcoming some of the challenges of the publish and perish cycle, and giving researchers better equity over their own innovations rather than the traditional university tax that's taken. And so if you visit the website for DeSci London, there's a very active meetup group here in town. We were just at the Francis Crick Institute, and there was a tremendous conference that was put on a few weeks ago. But one of the things that my project in particular is trying to do to advance the decentralized science community is to take these open storage mediums like IPFS and Filecoin and add a compute layer on top of it that's equally open. So if you think about some of the challenges within science around reproducibility of the research, understanding what exactly did the researcher do and how do they get to the outcomes of their data, this is a broad spread challenge. And so my project is named bacalhau, which is a Portuguese term for salted codfish. And since we're this could take a moment to get to the joke, so please bear with me. We're doing compute over data, COD or COD, hence the term bacalhau. And you can find us at bacalhau.org. Our goal is to enable an open network of compute providers to actually perform the compute on your behalf, but to do it with verifiability. And so in many ways, it would be similar to AWS or Microsoft Public Cloud Stack, but it would be through anonymous compute providers, and you could still have the same guarantees that your job is going to be performed correctly. So lots of different use cases related to open data, open science, and we're continuing to grow over the next months and years. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, so no disrespect to Chris Jackson, I'm actually quite glad that we got to hear those three talks. So, and what an absolute amazing variety in the space of 15, 20 minutes. So anyone who has a contribution, would like to make a comment on any of the three talks that we've heard, please put your hand up. If you have a question, put your hand up. Oh my goodness to me. So I'm going to start at the back of the room over here with this gentleman.
Just while Emma's doing that, the other thing to say is David Aronchik is doing a talk tomorrow in the platform engineering space about Bacalhau.
There you go.
And I recently interviewed him for my podcast, Public Cloud is Public Good, and his episode will be coming out in a few weeks. So, yeah.
Anyone would think we'd rehearsed this. Honestly. Okay, so I'm going to come to this gentleman in the green jumper, then I'm going to come to Sarah, who has a question, and then to the chap in the green shirt.
Hi, Aaron. It's a specific point rather than a question. I just wanted to check. The UK government is kind of leading on technology sustainability and has a cross-government digital sustainability alliance that's led from DEFRA. And I just wanted to check you're aware of that. But more specifically, the National Data Strategy commits that alliance to producing a data sustainability charter, which I think is an attempt to standardize how we report on the kind of impact of data centers and infrastructure, and specifically the data within it. So, doing things like deduplicating data to reduce storage and stuff like that. So it might be worth linking in with them and seeing what they're up to.
Great points, and thank you for sharing that. Forgetting the name of it now, it's called the
Government Digital Sustainability Alliance.
Yeah,
I'll send you a link.
GDSA is run by the Department of Environment and Rural Affairs, DEFRA. Adam Turner leads on some of that work alongside organising the STAR network. So there are many organisations, IBM, Microsoft and others that are all part of this now. And there's a lot of work to kind of bring people together. And that's the thing about, if we are going to come up with common solutions for common organisations, it will end up being open, and it'll be common data sets and standards, and linking into good governance and standards and regulation. I think it's going to be a concerted effort from both industry alliances like that and regulation and individuals to push for it. More of us that are aware that this is needed will be the ones who can raise it as a point and make sure it happens.
Excellent, thank you. Sarah, there's a microphone just behind you there.
Okay, I don't mean to be greedy, but I have two questions. Okay. My first question is related to the judicial hackathon. That question is that API housed online for anybody that may want to curate it?
Yes.
That's exactly the case.
Where?
It's we have a public Twitter account and a link to that repository that I can share it, but it's at JPCYF10. It's pretty complicated, but it's it's the acronym for the court. So then I could share it with you. I know it's last minute this. If not, I would have the slides up there and where you can access it.
Thank you. My second question actually is for you, and that is with the thing that you are setting up. Is that going to be on anonymous instances or anonymous nodes? Because you said it's going to be anonymous and decentralized. And if it is on anonymous nodes, is it going to be similar to a Tor structure as far as being anonymous, or what kind of structure is it going to be on?
Yes, and I should say again that the name is Bacalhau, which is extremely hard for me to pronounce as an American, so I had to practice many times. But yeah, so the setup of the individual providers, the people who will be providing compute, will be similar in the way that Filecoin works today, where you have storage providers, and they're basically small to medium businesses that are data center operators. They have some compute capacity, and they'll provide that compute capacity in exchange for crypto economic incentives. So initially, we're working with those existing folks to stand up them as compute providers. But I think longer term, there's a variety of use cases. Some might want KYC, and they may want properly verified folks to provide the compute. There may be some situations where you're just generating AI stable diffusion cat images, and you don't really care who performs the compute work, per se. You might have HIPAA data, so you might need a HIPAA-compliant provider. I think if we can enable a variety of those types of providers for different use cases, that would be ideal. But today, you can actually go to the website. You can spin it up as a compute provider, donate your compute, and in the future, you'll be getting crypto economic rewards for it. Thank you.
Aaron?
Hiya, Xander Harrison. Pablo, you mentioned open source and the records. Obviously, as you say, there's privacy concerns about that. What does a record look like for a court judgment once you take away the personal information?
Well, yeah, you can see what's the decision being made, but you cannot access any of the personal data involved in the case. So you're going to see what's the reasoning behind the judgment. You're just not going to be able to see. Of course, we know, since we're a small court within the bottom-up transparency project, we know that for big data, anonymization is not enough, right? It can be easily reversed, but basically what you can see, it's all the history of the case and the judgment, why is the decision being made. 38% of our cases within our court are gender-based violent cases. So what we have done with our data set, for instance, is separate if it's a gender-based violent cases or not. And if it's a gender-based violent case, we put every type of violence that was involved in the case. If it was physical violence, psychological violence, and economic violence. So we try to do that in order to provide also opportunities to build models in terms of gender-based violent cases and think of better ways to handling them. I don't know if I answered the question, but...
Yeah, I think so. And really greedily, one more for Aaron, if that's okay, which is, to what extent is this sort of ability to measure scope-free emissions, is there a standard that, that could be adopted, or is this something that still needs to be created?
I think there's multiple problems in the area, really, from the fact that throughout the supply chain where you need to gather this scope-free information, it's very inconsistent, and even just whether there's even an understanding. So, actually getting that raw data and making sure we track it, that's the sort of thing where we think about hyperchain and a hyperledger and blockchain and immutable records, so that when something is produced and passed along, we never lose that production of carbon. The other half is, I guess, kind of, spreading that through not just kind of the supply chain we know, but the rest of the areas that we kind of, the unknown unknowns as we sort of dig into this. It's going to sort of probably raise a lot of eyebrows. I think, that fact around 80% to 95% of carbon being scope free is probably a big surprise to most people, because a lot of the time when we talk about green computing and cloud and energy, it's all saying renewable energy. If we solve that, once I'm green and we have green energy providers, it'll be kind of all good and clean sailing. And, you know, I do worry in some ways, and the reason why I'm so passionate about this is we're in the open data room. Data is growing at a massive rate. I've looked at figures and referenced this recently, but we estimate that data that we hold on this earth or we produce each year is going to grow by 25% a year. So the data we have now will grow 25% on 25%. And I found an interesting thing from somebody called Jerry McGovern, interviewed a researcher, I'm forgetting the researcher's name now, but he estimated that by 2050, we'd have to mine enough resources the size of Mount Everest just to store the data we're expected to have. And, you know, when we look at all of this, there's so many things that we need to do, but, you know, I think it comes back to purpose and when we are looking at data and the use of data, what's the purpose of that? Is it going to make our lives better? Is it going to improve humanity? Is it going to, you know, give us access to food and housing? Or is it just around advertising and making money? And we have a lot of things to solve in this space, but yeah, let's hope and see what happens. So.
I think that's a really excellent place to end, actually. So I'd like to thank Aaron and Pablo and Wes for stepping in and giving 3 excellent talks and answering some really quite challenging questions. So let's give them a round of applause. And there's quite a neat segue from Wes's talk to the next talk. We'll be hearing from Dr. Lauren Cadwallader, who'll be talking us through open science, open data, and all the most recent research techniques and models. So if you'd like to be back here at 25 to the hour, we're just going to take a short break now, between now and then, but 25 to 3, is that right? Yeah, 25 to 3, I'm not an hour behind, for that next talk. Thank you. If you could take your seats, please. We're just about to resume. Yeah, come, move forward, everyone. Come on, let's all be one team. Okay, hello everyone. If this is your first time in this room, this is the open data track. So if you're not here for the open data track, you're in the wrong place. But you are here for the open data track. This is the last talk that we have in this particular segment. We have a break after this. So this is quite, as I said at the end of the previous talks, quite a neat little segue. We were talking a little bit about research and open science in one of the last talks. According to Wikipedia, open science is the movement to make scientific research, including publications, data, physical samples, and software, and its dissemination, accessible to all levels of society, amateur or professional. So, that's the topic? No. Our next speaker is Dr. Lauren Cadwallader, and she's the Open Research Manager at the Public Library of Science. That's a non-profit academic publisher. And her talk is going to explore a new initiative for measuring the uptake and characteristics of open science practices, including, I'm glad to say, open data and code sharing within academic research. So, Lauren, welcome to you. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. And that's great. You've actually kind of done the job of my first slide, really, which was to explain who I work for and what we're all about. But as you say, I work for PLOS. We're a non-profit open access publisher, and we are really, mission-driven around open science. As you explained, it's about opening publications, but everything else around that research process to anyone who has access to the internet. So I specialize looking at open data and open code, but we also think about open methods and the transparency and kind of accountability of research. We're making sure that the ethics that went into that research is transparent and that people are adhering to various guidelines and standards within their communities. And we do this for the life sciences and medical sciences, and we launched some new climate-based journals. So we publish 12 journals, about 20,000 research articles a year, and we try and make sure that they are as open and as rigorous as possible. And as I say, my job's really around the open kind of data and code aspects of that. Now, what drew me to come here today was the call for papers that I saw. And there was one particular line in it, and this is a kind of snapshot of that. And it was about the value that we got from opening up medical research data around the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's true, genomes were sequenced, they were shared quite widely, and they were done quickly. Organisations like WHO, big funders like the Wellcome Trust across the globe, institutions all had policies and committed to making data and research into COVID as open as possible, as quickly as possible. And that was great. And we saw, a big rise in preprints, so research articles that hadn't gone through a review process being shared so that information could get out there more quickly. And that's great on the face of it. But actually, when you delve down a bit deeper, you start finding actually it's not quite as rosy as perhaps the statement makes it look. So there is a place called the Research and Research Institute, RORI, and they did a study looking at research into COVID and the way that it was disseminated. And they looked at, the speed of kind of the articles coming out, the data that was shared, all the kind of those processes around it, how quickly was that shared? And when they looked at data, they looked at a couple of different, I think it was about 5 or 6 different studies that kind of summarized the results. And the best case study found that I think it's about 48% of the data was shared. I'm going to say shared. In the kind of best case scenario, it was on the internet somewhere. Other studies were finding more like 28%, 23%, 15%. And then one study looked at actually how much of the data was reusable. It goes down to something like 2%. So actually, even when they're is a big push for data, we're not seeing the results in open data. And so they summarize it really nicely in the report, saying, even in the time of crisis, in a global crisis, there's still a great deal that we need to do to create an environment where research data becomes part of business as usual, that open data. And so it's not just the COVID pandemic that makes data sharing important, it's the utility of data across the spectrum. And there are lots of policies around data sharing. And we say data sharing because open data puts a few people off, because they can't share their data for legitimate reasons. So we tend to say data sharing. And there are funders, there are governments, there are institutions, all have policies around open data. And we don't really have a good sense of how much of that data is open. And so why do we want to measure this open data? Why should we even try and quantify that? Well, first of all, we want to quantify the return on investment that funders are putting in. Billions and billions of pounds go into research every year. It'd be nice to know what the outputs of that is, other than 6 pages describing someone's results and conclusions. We want to see the impact of those policies. So actually they're spending a lot of time and energy writing policies, finding the guidance. It would be nice to know if that's actually having any effect. And once we have that baseline and understand what data is being shared in academia, we can then start thinking about strategies to increase that data sharing, right? How do we do that in general? How do we do that to support different disciplines? Because they'll be working with different data types, with collecting data in different forms from different subjects, in different areas as well. So how can we support those different groups to suit their needs? And then also, if we have an idea of what data is being shared, we can actually start examining that potential for data reuse, or potentially not. So, in academia, we work a lot on the principle that we should just share all data. And that's partly because of reproducibility concerns, that if you share that data, then we can check the authenticity of those results. But actually, we really just starting to have conversations about whether it's really worth sharing all of that data from a reuse perspective. Aaron made that great point just at the very end of that last session about the cost of data and how much data is being produced. So we also need to start thinking around conversations about the lifetime kind of journey of that data and whether it's really important to be sharing all of that data. But for now, we're just kind of at that starting point, like, let's just try and share all the stuff we can. So that's a later conversation. It could be a whole talk in itself if you're lacking another speaker. Thank you. And there's been research, and it's asked these kind of funders, these institutions, do you measure how people comply with your research data sharing policies? And these are some of the quotes we got from a study that we did. And they say, well, it's really labor intensive, it's a manual process. And one of the biggest reasons why they aren't measuring those is they lack kind of tools and infrastructure to really understand what data is being produced and if it's being shared and where it's being shared. So this is kind of really what's behind our project, trying to understand the open data landscape in terms of what's being shared. And then once we can understand how much data is being shared, we can start looking at characteristics, we can start looking at reuse more and build a better understanding of what open data actually looks like in science and academia. So what would success look like if we had a perfect open data sharing landscape in academia? Well, data is shared as much as possible with those caveats that, obviously if there are ethical or legal reasons why it can't be shared, it's not shared. And also with that caveat that maybe we want to start thinking about why we're sharing that data and whether everything really does need to be shared and in what forms. And also that data is fair. So you may have come across the FAIR principles, that data is findable and accessible, it's interoperable and reusable. Now, these first two, findable and accessible, are fairly easy to measure because you've just got to find the data and you've got to be able to get it. The interoperability and reusability questions are actually really hard to measure in academia. And the work we've done at the moment, we've only been kind of started about 6 months ago. We've really concentrated on the findable and accessible stuff, and I'll be talking about that more. But it's just to acknowledge that actually interoperability and reusability are huge issues with academic data. With all data, I suppose, especially academic data. And that I think that's almost like a second phase of thinking about open data in academia, that once we've got this baseline about actually what is out there, we can start thinking about the reusability of it and the interoperability, and actually how do we address that as communities working with academics. Or how do the community decide themselves, which is also another important point. So how do we measure open data in academia? Well, we started off with a framework. And we built this framework to really kind of guide our work. And we thought about the principles that we want it to be built off. So we thought about things like that it is plugged into like community initiatives that already exist. So we're not starting from scratch when things already exist. We're building into existing efforts. So, for example, there is the UNESCO framework on monitoring open science. They are thinking about this. We've built our framework so it very much gels with what they're doing. And we're building off open source efforts that are out there already. So we're not, we're trying to reuse, repurpose, and plug into stuff. We selected a partner to work with, and we work with DataSeer. They specialize in kind of natural language processing and AI-based analysis of research article text to look at that kind of open science around academia. So we work with them very closely, and they're looking at our framework, deciding what our kind of criteria for measuring open science. And again, we're measuring things like open data, open code, whether things like preprints have been shared. We're looking at open methods as well. We've added context. So DataSeer have taken on some open source efforts around quantifying and measuring open science, and they're kind of adding to it. So whilst previous efforts have looked at whether data is shared or not related to a piece of research, what we've done is got them to look at whether data is generated to start with, and then whether it's shared. And so most research does generate data, and so you think, why bother? But when it comes to things like code, it's really important to know if code's being generated by that research when you're thinking about whether it's been shared. And so, for example, we found about 50% of the articles that we publish generate code. So there, when we look at the code sharing rates, we can put that into context. We also add context by just using the metadata that comes with research articles, so looking at countries of origin of the authors, disciplines, that type of thing. And then we analyze open content. So all the content that we publish at PLOS is open. We've analyzed about 61,000 of our own articles from 2019 to the middle of last year. And we've also got what we call a comparator set. So we've taken about 6,000 articles from PubMed Central, so it's an open source of literature. It's topic matched, the kind of things we do. So again, this is going to be biased to the life and health sciences. But that's all openly available, and we've analysed that. So we can look at what we do as a publisher, but we can also look more broadly at the scholarly landscape and think about how open data is across research in general. So that's what we've done. As I say, we've only been doing this kind of 6 months, so it's a bit of a work in progress. And this is a kind of version 1 of the data set, and we are building and adding and refining that going through this year. So how much data is open? Well, if you look at comparators, so the scholarly literature at large, we find around 50 to 60% trending upwards across the years, which is great, right? More data is becoming open. Hooray. If you look at the PLOS data on top of that, so this is from our journal articles, you can see that that line is higher, 70 to 75%. And so that tells us already that publishers can influence data sharing strategies. We mandate data sharing. You cannot publish with us unless you share your data. Whereas the comparators, some of them might mandate data sharing and others might not. So you can already see that things like policies have an effect on what academics do. And you might be thinking, I thought you just said you had a mandated data policy and you're only at 70%. What's going on there, Lauren? Well, good question. That kind of 30% chunk, there are various reasons for that. There will be research that can't share its data for ethical, legal reasons, and that's perfectly acceptable and legitimate. There will be research articles that share their data, but actually their metadata is really bad. And so when it comes to the analysis from my data set, it's just not detected. So that's telling us that actually we may be sharing data, but we're not talking about it in a way that facilitates the discovery of that data so well. So we need to think about, as publishers, and as also as researchers sharing their data in general, like, how best do we describe where our data is, and how can we do that in a consistent way across different publishing platforms that will really enable kind of data discovery into the future? And of course, there will be an element of non-compliance. We're only human. things slip through the net as well. But really, it's those kind of ethical reasons of that bad metadata that makes up the majority of that kind of portion that's missing. So this is a fairly rosy picture, right? I just said COVID data wasn't shared very much. And I'm giving kind of nice high numbers here. But that's being really generous again, right? So this is just data that is shared somewhere. When you think about making data open and findable and accessible, you get a bit of a different picture. So if you look at data that's shared in a repository, so somewhere designed to host that data for long term, to aid discoverability, that comes with open licensing and all of that jazz, you know, the numbers really drop by quite a considerable amount. So we're getting to around 10% in the scholarly literature of data that's open. Again, at PLOS we do a bit better because we mandate data sharing. Sorry, I should turn my phone off. And it's only really this kind of bottom chunk that is going to be findable and accessible. We don't really know if it's interoperable or reusable. Probably not a great deal is, because that is a big area we know we need to work on. And the rest of this stuff, it's either like data in supplementary information, so that's like an appendix on a journal article, so it'll be buried in a PDF somewhere. And often, you have tabular data just saved in a Word document or that kind of thing, so it's, rubbish data, or data presented in a bad way, I should say. Or you do have data on websites, personal websites, for example. And so there's a lot of data out there, it's just not necessarily kind of well-presented data in a way that makes it really valuable for that kind of societal impact for reuse for other people taking on. We can also look at the data across the globe. And when we think about open data and kind of classifying different regions, we tend to think about the barriers or accelerants to open data. So things like, do countries have policies around open science? Do they have funding to support it, infrastructure to support it? And what are the language barriers as well? Because a lot of open science conversations happen in English. And so, there's an acknowledgement that that's a problem, and it's starting to change. But again, that'll take time. And I'm not sure how well the colours come out on this map, but the UK, US, Canada are really dominating the conversations around open data, and that's reflected in the percentage of data that, again, is in a repository. Whereas in different parts of the world, we see that they really need, more support, more funding, more infrastructure that really works with their needs. So at PLOS, we partner with different organizations like TCC Africa to really try and understand what it is that we can do to support and encourage open data in different areas, and to support our authors who come from those regions, and actually what initiatives can we do to help them. And that's a big part of my job, is really trying to support researchers with those data sharing requirements. And then we can also look at open data by discipline as well. And that can really, again, give us an idea about which disciplines perhaps are well supported versus which ones might need a bit more education or advocacy, or have really difficult data types that makes data sharing difficult. So, computer and information sciences are doing really well. About half of it is in a repository. That's great. If you look at it being shared in general, they go up to kind of 90%, but a lot of that might be on personal websites. They should quite like it in that discipline. And it falls down. And I think medicine related research being quite low is probably understandable because of the ethical restrictions around sensitive personal data. But if you think about the societal impacts that data can have and the utility of data in other areas, you're thinking about environmental and earth sciences and climate change and the big push to think about, our impact on the world, you wanted to see more of that data out there and reusable by others. So they're just some insights into some of the open data in academic research and what we can learn from really just trying to understand where open data is at. Our data set is, of course, open. And if anyone wants to access it, it's all there to use. As I say, it's a work in progress. We're aiming to release updates to that data set every quarter, so add more articles that have been analysed, tweak the algorithms, make them more precise, etc. And it should be out at the end of March, fingers crossed. Hoping there's some data in my inbox right now. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much, and I'll have time for questions.
Yeah, we've got time. There's 5 minutes for questions.
Perfect.
Questions, anybody? Questions, thoughts? Oh, quite a few over here. We've got a microphone. Ah, there it is. So there were a couple here on this side of the room, hands high, and then there's two gentlemen here have questions as well. Shall we take those first? They were the first hands up. I'm trying to be fair. Sorry.
Very good. Is there any talk about extracting data from papers, scientific papers, for example, or a way of when scientific papers are published that the sort of metadata includes the actual stats and facts and evidence are inside the papers themselves in a standardized way?
Yeah, so there are actually a couple of initiatives around that. So Data work on one of them. There's another called SciScore that take the full text of an article, will process it and come out saying, okay, you've produced data on these things, or you've referenced these things, you need to cite that data or share that data, or these are your materials that you've talked about, you need to cite those properly. So they do exist. At the moment, they exist generally for specific disciplines. So it's kind of that scalability of getting it ready for across disciplines and across different use cases. So it's something publishers work with different organizations on, trying to bring that into the process.
Hello.
Hi.
Scientific literature seems to have a quite uniquely powerful thing, which is the ability to see which papers are cited, and you can kind of tell which papers are the big ones.
Yeah.
Is there a similar thing being done with open data in science? And if not, why not?
So data citations is like a whole other world of problems in academia. There's a big drive to put data in repositories because then they get DOIs and they're persistent identifiers, and you can cite those and we can track them in terms of citations. What we find is that actually people will cite the paper instead of the data, and that's a problem. So there's a whole education piece that's going on around citing data sets instead of papers. And there are initiatives, so one of them is called Make Data Count, that's really looking at this citation kind of argument and trying to do the advocacy and do that kind of data linking as well, so that we can see those kind of citation maps and really start giving data the credit that it's due. So we're working on it.
Okay, so there's one other question over there, I think. And then there's a gentleman here and a gentleman here, and then I think we'll have to wrap up because we're probably going to finish over time, but we're going into a break. Oh, it has. Okay, so only one more question after that one over there, please.
Hi. So I've been working in the decentralized science movement for a year and a half. I don't know if you've heard of it. But one of the things that was really interesting was a paper came out in 2020 about incentivizing peer review. I was wondering if PLOS is doing that. And then also at one point on the citing data, there's an interesting project called DeSci Labs, which are doing DeSci nodes, which are sort of a way to sort of cite different parts of the paper.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of really interesting initiatives trying to break up that article and the data into different parts to make it citable. So, yeah. With the incentivized peer review, it's a really interesting question. So for those of you not in academia, it's the peer review happens when academics review someone else's paper and they do it for free and they get asked all the time to do it. So there's a lot of free labor in the academic system. There are different arguments of how you can incentivize peer review. Do you pay people? Do you give them a free publication? And no one's really found a perfect solution yet, because they're worried that if you pay people, then they do a quick job, or they don't do a very good job. And so there are, I think, different arguments to be made. We haven't tried any incentivized peer review in terms of rewarding the reviewer. We do publish open peer reviews, so we're encouraging kind of transparent reviewing practices instead. But review of data itself is actually also a really interesting question, because researchers often review the article. If they're particularly diligent, they might look at the data. They might kind of rerun some of the stuff in the data, but they don't routinely do that. So there's also an interesting question of like, how do we review that data and whose responsibility should it be? Is it the reviewers who are already doing the free review of the manuscript? Could we get someone else? You know, should the journal do it? You know, journals are already doing a lot of stats checks as part of their review. So there is a little bit of kind of control, quality control there. But it's, yeah, these are all big issues in academia that no one's quite worked out the right answer for yet. Sorry. I'll try and keep it short.
No, don't worry, it's fine. I think this is the most questions we've had. Well done.
Hi, so yeah, I enjoyed the talk, thank you. Just sort of looking, is there like some more industry-wide effort in the sort of scientific community, among journals and so on, to, you know, look at maybe a more standardized approach towards what you guys have been doing here? Because in the end, I mean, I know IEEE is around, and sort of other publishers, which are maybe more known in my field, right? So do you work together around other open access journals, publications to build really a framework and a bit more standards towards metadata and also standards in sort of like then publishing scientific data and so on? Sorry, I know it could be a very long question to answer, but
Yeah. I mean, there are different. We work with different publishers, you know, in the landscape on different aspects. So stuff like the initiative I was showing the data from, we're kind of the first publisher to do it, and we're encouraging people to do it more, and we're sharing our results, and we're, you know, actively talking to publishers saying, come on, why don't you do your stuff too? On the other side of like data sharing, there is a big organisation called the Research Data Alliance, and there are working groups in there, it's got a really long name, it's like the Data Policy Standardisation Group or something, that are working to get that kind of metadata around describing where data is standardised. And so they're working with publishers, they're working with funders, you know, they're working with the research community to really try and push that kind of standardisation along. And you know, that happens with code as well in other aspects of publishing data.
Thank you. Okay, I think we should let everybody go and get a cup of coffee now. I'm sure you're all dying to have a drink. So I'd like to thank Dr. Lauren Cadwallader for her amazing talk. Thank you, Lauren. And thank you all for being part of the audience up to this point. And we're back again at 4 o'clock in this room. We've got Gavin Starks, who is the CEO of an organisation called Icebreaker One, talking about data and open data specifically for net zero. So if you're interested in that subject matter, please be back here at 4 o'clock. We'd love to see you. And I think refreshments are down on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Open Data Room at the State of Open Conference, the inaugural State of Open Conference 2023. I'm Emma Thwaites, I'm from the Open Data Institute, and we're sponsoring this room of the event. So next up on our agenda, we've got Gavin Starks, who is the CEO of Icebreaker One and the former CEO of the Open Data Institute, and I'm pleased to say a great friend of mine now. The Icebreaker One is an organisation that Gavin founded to make data work harder to deliver a net zero future. He's promised you'll leave his talk with an understanding of how net zero data can help de-risk financial instruments, accelerate new technologies to market, and enable monitoring against science-based targets. So if he doesn't deliver on that, you can hold him to account for it. So please welcome Gavin Starks.
And welcome everyone this afternoon. I'm going to rattle through quite a number of different ideas today, and then I'll leave some time for some Q&A as well. But I think just to anchor us in why we're here is we have no time left to address climate change. We've got to get on and start making things and acting. We've got about 9 years if we want to try and hit the Paris targets, and there's a less than 50% chance of us getting to 1.5. So when we look at this kind of more broadly, our challenge is how do we sustain 8 billion people or more while hitting peak everything everywhere all at once? And that covers a whole range of different issues, from food security to biodiversity to climate. But climate, if you like, is a root cause of a lot of these issues. And when we look at what's happening with the global financial markets, global policy, climate is where the action is in terms of trying to get stuff done. However, the data is appalling. And what I want to start with is just talking about the difference between our financial economy and the real economy. Now, these might sound like kind of weird kind of concepts. How do you separate them? Well, the financial economy, it has very little to do with the real economy in many ways. It looks at asset pricing. It's the reason we have things like the subprime crisis that hit us a decade ago. We may be approaching other subprime crises in insurance and other categories as people start to quantify the actual physical risk in our financial systems. Whereas the real economy actually relates to things we make and things we consume. And you'd like to think that these things are joined up. But I want to talk a little bit about how much they're not joined up. And when you look at a credit rating, for example, there's very little correlation between that and the actual carbon emissions that are happening on the ground. So let's look at what does the kind of information flow here. When we're thinking about data and its flow, we've got resources that go in through distribution. We make things. That information goes into carbon accounting packages. They use models from places like the Greenhouse Gas Protocol that says, if you use X kilowatt hours of electricity at this time, then it generates this amount of kilograms of CO2. Or if you grow this amount of wheat over this period of time in this country, you'll generate this amount of greenhouse gas emissions. All of that gets bundled up into reports, and those reports then get consumed by rating agencies and used in financial decisions. In some cases, they try and audit them, but if you have a Google around, even right now, over the last few weeks, and look at the voluntary carbon markets for offsets, you'll find that they're not maybe as auditable and credible as we might wish them to be. However, there have also been huge success stories in carbon markets, and they have also driven billions of investment into solar and wind and so on. I think this one, just pause on that. The scale of investment that's coming is going to dwarf what we've seen in the past. So I was on a call just recently where there's moves to invest $7 trillion by 2030 in getting us to net zero. There's a huge amount of capital coming. The question is it going to deliver? And can we guarantee that it's going to deliver? Because it's not like missing a financial target and the stock market being a bit annoyed. If we miss the net zero target, there's different consequences. And I'm not going to get into the physics of that and the implications, but let's just imagine there's 100 million climate refugees by the end of this century moving across country borders. Just think through the implications of that. So we need this overseen in different ways by government, by policy and regulation, and obviously there's supranational bodies like the IPCC, which is actually bringing us the climate science in a comprehensive way. But it's not a good news story from the climate science point of view. I mean, we're kind of running out of time. I'd say we're out of time. The infrastructure investments that we're going to make by 2030 are going to determine our 2050 carbon impact. So we are very limited in, counting in years now to really try and get to a net zero future. And when you look at the complexity of this chart, there's a lot of different people in this, and they've got lots of different interests. And the data is everywhere. The data is in utilities, in electric vehicles, it's in factories, it's in SMEs. The reporting is all over the place. There's loads of different standards. There are global standards in development. They're taking a while to arrive at us, so we need to kind of crack on. So when we look at the ecosystem of what is net zero data, it's kind of everything. But let's not try and boil all the oceans at once. I'm not going to include telecoms and your personal health records and all that stuff for now. Let's focus on our industrial sectors, look at energy in the built world, look at agriculture, look at water, look at transport. But how they, if you look at energy, for example, the kind of demand response markets, flexibility markets, our energy systems are being decentralized and disaggregated as we speak. As people put solar and wind on their properties, as you've got an electric vehicle on your driveway, suddenly we've got all these interoperability challenges that span energy and transport. Our energy infrastructure is driving around. How do we measure that? How do we quantify it? Who pays? So one of the challenges I think we all face as we try and get organizations to think about data and digital is that quite often people think about, oh, I've got a building or I've got an organization, I can put everything in one place and then I'll have more control over it. And that is fundamentally not the way to think about a digital world. So if you're bringing physical world thinking to your digital strategy, you're making a grave error of judgment. And I want to unpack a little bit of that as we go through this. We need digital thinking first. And just as a couple of anecdotes here, we're already digital first. There's more people online than existed when I was born. There's more machines online than people. I think it's about 10 billion things connected to the internet now. And so we're already digital first. This idea that it's later, it's not, it's now. We've got satellites doing whole Earth observation at 2-meter resolution, multispectral every day. So we know where all the trees are, we know where all the resources are, and we can track them or some people can track them on a daily basis. We look at COVID. That was kind of interesting chart here. This is the daily fossil fuel emissions throughout lockdown. You can see transport dipped quite a lot. I should say the scale here goes from 100 to 80, not 100 to 0. So we saw nearly sort of 15% drop in emissions from transport, from industry, power, 5% drop. Residential went up a little bit. But one of the interesting things about COVID is suddenly governments around the world pulled all their magic levers and said, we've got to stop. We've got to create an intervention to address a crisis. Kind of need to do that again. But trying to do that again in a controlled way is part of the challenge. And politicians tend not to want to do that. What they can do is say, well, if we can prove that the investments that we're going to make, the interventions we're going to make, are going to create a lower carbon future without completely destroying our economy in the process, then we can do that. And we've got mechanisms for data sharing that already exist that work. So open banking, which I co-chaired back in 2015, is now out in the market. It's regulated in the UK. There are hundreds of fintechs using it, millions of people using it. It's been copied in 80 countries to varying degrees. And I know this is a big leap to kind of go all this data stuff, open banking. But what open banking does is it says to an entire sector, we will have a common way of sharing data. We will use the same processes, we'll have the same licensing conditions for data usage, we'll have ways of suing each other. And actually that's a really important point when you're dealing with data, is who can sue who. Because once you've set up a legal structure where there's a liability, actually the lawyers calm down. They go, okay, well, we know if something goes wrong, we know who to call. And that creates a set of behaviors. Now, open banking is a $20 billion market, $23 billion market now. It's expected to grow to $120 billion in the next 10 years or so. So that's kind of a good success story from my point of view. There's still really early days. We haven't even scratched the surface of what I think open banking can do. But part of my thinking in setting up Icebreaker was, could we take the model here, and at the heart of this model is the thing called a trust framework, which says, can everybody in this ecosystem play together in a way that they've all agreed? And in some cases, can we make that regulated? So when we think about data, it's not about digitalization. It's not the new oil. Anyone who says data is new oil, please send them to me. I will send them into somewhere. Really, data is about unlocking business value. And there's a kind of core concept here that we like to connect, don't collect. Data increases in value the more it's connected in a digital age. So the idea of putting everything in one place and putting a paywall up against it is an outmoded way of thinking about value creation. We can monetize the value exchange that is generated from sharing data. And in open banking, it can be pennies per API call. There are business models that support this. It's not about giving it all away for free. In fact, please don't give it all away for free, because that's not sustainable. So we've started at Icebreaker 1 as an intervention. So we launched opennetzero.org to say, what data do you need? And can you find it? Organizations are still, in terms of data maturity, at ground zero. They are still working out what data they've got before they've even worked out who their users are. So we launched this very much as a provocation to say, if you can't find what data you need in order to make net zero decisions, tell us what you do need, and we'll go and help you find it. If you do have data that's relevant, can we index it? And that data, whether you've got data that is open data, so it can be used by anyone for any purpose for free, under an open license, that's the easy bit. But could you also make metadata available, so data that describes the data that you have, even if that data is commercial and licensed and you have to pay for? Could you create an openly licensed description of that data so we can index it? Because if we can index it, then other people can find it. It sounds weird describing this in 2023 when we've had Google for 25 years. Right? It's ludicrous. But we still haven't sorted out, as a community, as industry, as countries, the very basics of data discoverability. And so the provocation here is say, can we find open data and what we call shared data? And if you're familiar with the data spectrum, the shared data bit in the middle there is what we're trying to tackle. Colleagues at the Open Data Institute in the front here are tackling the open data bit. So there's a lot of common cause here. So we've indexed a lot of things. You can go into different taxonomies to do with the infinity of ways that people are starting to describe data in this space. But you'll see at the bottom left here, licensing is part of the search criteria. So what licenses are available? And this is the beginning of a journey. This is, how do we get simple access? And this is just using SOOCon. There's no magic here. It just is, how do we get people to describe what they are doing in a way that we can enable other people to discover it as a service? And the next step of that journey is to say, okay, so you've all got wildly different licensing conditions. If you think about energy, in the UK, there's 8,000 companies in the energy sector in the UK and somehow involved in that sector. How are they all going to share information? Are we going to have 8,000 bilateral contracts for each one of them? No, that's not going to scale. So how do we create common licensing frameworks and common trust frameworks that can enable organizations to agree and share information? So that's where the data spectrum comes in here, and we've evolved the data spectrum diagram to give it some dimensions, and that's around risks and controls. So we're using the language of business. The lawyers and the compliance officers are the ones who really care about this, want to know, what's my liability? What are the risks involved? So here we've started to define shared data in the way that we didn't quite get there with the ODI. We define open data, but our experience and building on that is to say, how can we create preemptive licenses for whole sectors? That's what open banking effectively does for the banking sector. And there'll be lots of things that remain closed that are either just not shared or have bilateral contracts. Don't mess with that. It's fine. If people are sharing information with each other, there's 8 of them, they've got bilateral contracts, fine. When there's a many-to-many relationship that needs to be built, rather than an any-to-any relationship, which is where open data sits, then there's a call for common action. So one of the programs we launched just last week, and we've had our first steering group meeting, which has got the ICAW, which represents the accounting sector, Federation of Small Businesses, BAYS, or whatever BAYS is going to be called tomorrow, and the Institute of Directors, the OECD, as a steering group to help convene everybody around this program, is to help unlock access to capital to fund SMEs on that journey to net zero in an assurable way. And the way we're starting that journey is with energy. So over the last couple of years, Icebreaker One's been building open energy. It's an equivalent to the open banking standard. And what we want to do is enable access to the banks. The banks carry the liability for net zero on their loan books. So they have a liability sitting there that they need to quantify better, so they need better data. So he said, rather than going through all of the machinations of Scope 1, which is all of your consumption of everything, Scope 2, all your energy consumption, Scope 3, all of your supply chain, to try and create a carbon footprint for an SME. SME has no time, no money, and no inclination really, and no incentive to do this. We said, let's just start with energy. And we enable that SME to share their energy data seamlessly with their bank. Now, if they can do that, the bank can start to de-risk their loan book. The bank can then go back to the SME and say, actually, we could give you a preferential loan for some low-carbon technology, let's say a heat pump. And if we've got this wired up properly, then the bank will be able to see the impact of that investment the month after the heat pump's been switched on. And the auditors can come along and assure that and say, we can prove that this shift has happened in a way that they cannot do today. And so we're looking at this from a whole systems perspective of saying, how can we bring together all of these different actors and do this for the whole of the SME community in the UK by COP this year? So that's the scale of ambition. We like small projects. Can we convene banking sector, the energy sector, bits of government, and all agree a common standard in 9 months? We'll see. But as an illustration here, I just wanted to show on this diagram, this is the same process as open banking. The data is never centralized. The consent management process here for an SME to share their energy data with their bank is that the bank says, is it okay if I share this information? The energy company says, are you sure? The data then flows directly from the energy company to the bank. The thing that oversees that whole transaction, the rules, if you like, the rules of that game, it's called a trust framework, which we've built around open energy. And that sits separately. That's why we're an independent non-profit. We have to sit outside of the market, and we have to enable these transactions. So there's a process there that's proven. You probably have used open banking, even if you haven't noticed. And that's enabled a whole range of innovation to be unlocked in the UK. So I'm just going to finish off with some of our guiding principles here, because this is just one example of many. Now, there's other examples, like if I park my EV at your house when I'm visiting and it's charged by your neighbor's solar panel, who pays who? You know, that is a really difficult question to answer. And we can't answer it unless we have radical interoperability between all of the systems in that chain, from domestic battery storage through to a substation, through to an EV charging point, through to the vehicle, and so on. So there's a huge mesh of stuff here that has to be collectively addressed. So we've developed these principles over the last couple of years, which are really just to try and anchor us in what are our guiding principles for the future. So that trusted data is essential to delivering net zero. If we don't, money will not flow.
or the money will flow to the wrong things. If we can't hold people to account, we're not going to get to net zero. Access to net zero data must be open. That doesn't mean an open data license on everything. It means open access, not open data. Open data for some of it, shared data for other bits, but the open access piece applies to the standards. We have open interoperability across the market. The rules for data sharing should address public and private sector needs. Government must be involved in this. We've not seen instances of commercial actors getting together and getting it all right. There are great initiatives out there. It's not to diminish any of them. But to do this well and to go far, we've got to go together. Net zero data infrastructure must be governed openly and independently. It needs to sit outside of commercial sector and probably outside of government. It might be the role of the ODI, might be the role of the open banking implementation entity, which does it for banking. It might be bits for an icebreaker. That's to be decided, to be determined. And finally, that net zero data infrastructure requires mandates for engagement. This isn't going to happen without a government push. Industry likes to lean in, but it needs a shove if we're going to do it quickly. So I'm going to stop there and go for questions. So I'm sure that I've covered a lot of ground in a very short period of time. Questions?
I'm greedy, I have two, if this is possible. Yeah? The first one is like, I mean, you made a good analogy around like the open banking standards. How much was it there just creating the trust framework, and how much was it actually government with the stick saying you have to implement this? And obviously, and how will this work in this context?
That's a great question. So in the UK, I had a call from Treasury to say thank you very much for agreeing to co-chair the open banking standards, so voluntold into that role. So Treasury's push at that point was absolutely essential. You can imagine that all of the banks quite rightly said, well, we've got APIs. We're using open standards. We've got open source over there. But it wasn't clear. And in most cases, it wasn't legal for people to be sharing their data. The consumer rights were not fully addressed. They were notionally addressed through GDPR. But one of the ways of thinking about open banking is it actually codified GDPR into an actual use case that we could then go, does it work? So a lot of the effort around open banking was around the legal structures and liability structures. It's then gone through a regulated process, but the regulation only applies to the main 9 banks. But because of the way we structured it, 9 banks are regulated. They must do it this way. And because the open banking implementation entity has a trust framework mechanism, they all had to sign up to it. And the way of getting it to work in the market is to say all the other fintechs have to sign up to the same service. So even though the fintechs and the other hundreds of organizations in the mix there are not regulated, they're effectively covered under the same regulatory umbrella. And so there's a cohesion across the market that didn't exist before. And so if you're a fintech and want to integrate with the banking system, that's your route rather than doing it multiple times. Now, when we take this to other sectors, the number of many-to-many relationships multiplies exponentially. You know, look at energy, there's thousands of different applications. And so stepping through this is not easy. We've got to take a use case-led approach. You've got to take the minimum viable example and step that through and get everybody comfortable and in a room, and then agree it. So government intervention in the UK was essential. I helped with the implementation of open banking in New Zealand. That was done through a trade association. They got together and said, let's run ahead. We can see what the UK is doing. Let's copy it quickly. They got to market in 2 years. We didn't get the whole market there. They got most of the market there. And so there's a conversation about needing now government regulation to get the whole market into the tent. So again, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you've got to go together. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
The other one, just on this case that you had around, I know the answer was a bit long, so it was around like the use case that you presented with the energy of an SME. And I'm an SME. I don't know what my energy footprint is. I've got, a co-working space that I sometimes share in London. I sit at home in my garden office. I've got a cloud infrastructure. So how do I sort of participate?
Absolutely, exactly, a good question. There are many challenges under the hood of this particular box that we're opening the lid on. It is a Pandora's box. Just to be clear, energy companies don't necessarily know where the meters are or where the buildings are that the meters are in or whether the meter is connected to the right organization in the first place. So it's going to be messy to begin with. But I actually wonder if in this process, because the banks do know where their customers are because they're regulated in a different way. Right? So maybe there's a benefit here to the energy companies for working with the banks to do some more of that KYC, know your customer, an assurance process around who is who in the system. And the banks are also already doing spend-based analysis, so they could look at your AWS account and say, well, you're spending this much on a cloud provider. We have a metric for that. But that's on that earlier chart. The methodologies also need a huge amount of work. The error bars on those are huge. So we're at the beginning of this journey. I can't overstate that. Literally, we had our first steering group last week. So that's the beginning of getting people around the table. We've just decided to set a very short timeline because we don't have any more time.
Nicely done, Gavin. Please join me in thanking Gavin Starks. And we've got a really, really tight turnaround now. Kevin Lewis is joining us next, taking us back to the basics, what it means to make open data accessible. So that's our next talk, coming up in about 2 minutes' time. We might as well make a start. So our next speaker is Kevin Lewis. Kevin runs developer relations at Directus and is a director of You Got This, a learning hub to help developers to improve their core skills. Kevin believes that making data available is just the first step in the data journey. And in this talk, he explains what you can do to build your practice of trust and transparency in a meaningful way. And I should say, this is a shorter talk, it's 20 minutes, so it's possible we might not have time for questions. If that's the case, I'm sure Kevin will be around and be happy to talk to you the next time we take a break, maybe over drinks later on.
Absolutely.
Kevin.
Awesome. Hello there. This talk is called What Does It Mean to Make Open Data Accessible? Before we get on to that, quick introduction. Hi, my name is Kevin. You're welcome to grab me later and ask me questions. By day, I run developer relations at a company called Directus. We are an open data platform that aims to make data more accessible both throughout your own organization and externally as well. We do that by connecting to your existing databases and then immediately providing developer APIs and a web application to help non-developers and developers, anyone really, interact with and analyze that data. We'll talk more about this in a bit. By night, I run You Got This, which is a learning hub for core skills education, not just for developers, but core skills are really important, and none of us ever get taught them. We just kind of muddle along in life until we work them out. So that is the aim of this project. And at the weekend, I run this thing called Hack Labs, where we run hackathons by curating a group of developers, designers, and researchers to answer client challenges. Now, this talk, I feel, is very much going back to basics, talking about when it is time to publish data, what artifacts might you create, what practices might you, and rituals might you implement to make that data as useful as possible. And just to note that I am a technical person, I'm a developer, and I will be approaching this from a technical perspective. This is not a talk around politics or policy. I think there are lots of fantastic talks at this event about that, just so you know where I'm coming from and what to expect. And earlier on in this stream, there was a talk about best practices around open data. And there was this 11-step, this is totally a photo, there were 11 steps kind of outlined, and mine is right here at the bottom. This is where my talk sits, right here around publishing data and seeking use cases and feedback. So the first thing you need to understand are what are your actual motivations for publishing data? I mean, you may well just have a mandate to publish some data, but I'd like to think the people in this room and watching this talk have motivations beyond just this. It could be a desire to be more transparent, reduce corruption, engage with community members, encourage remixing and reuse, and gather feedback on that data. While researching for this talk, I became quite familiar with this acronym, the FAIR principles, which stands for findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reuse. And I think that these are 4 fantastic motivators for publishing data. I just want those in your mind during this talk. So firstly, chances are you are not just gathering data for the sake of gathering data. You're likely gathering it for some purpose. The purpose is quite possibly generating reports. You know, that's quite a common activity you do with data. So at the very, very lowest bar, you can publish the PDF report, call it a day. Thanks very much. I've been Kevin. I'll see you over drinks. I'm getting the thumbs down from Terence over there. And, you know, PDFs actually do have some excellent qualities around consistent rendering. They're single files. They allow for executive summaries of data, but they leave a lot of gaps when it comes to extracting and working with data. Also, being more editorial, reports also include any biases around not only how you interpret data, but what data you find interesting in any given data set. So something to bear in mind. PDFs are great when this is your stakeholder list, but this is rarely the entire stakeholder list. And we're gathered here at State of OpenCon because we have a desire to do better than this. As a note, PDFs also lack accessibility for those who use screen readers, who need to use keyboard navigation. There are ways to do it right, but often they're not. So also do bear in mind the lack of accessibility around this data format as well. So, you know, as I said, you're gathering data, quite likely to build some kind of reporting system, but there is some base data there. So the next step up from this is just take that raw data and do the work you need to you know, anonymize it, aggregate it perhaps where appropriate, and publish it, pop it into the world. And this is at least some step forward. As long as it is in a common structured format like a CSV, an open data format, i.e. not Excel spreadsheets necessarily, then this is fantastic. You know, this is some positive step forward, better than just publishing a PDF report. And there are several repositories of data that will welcome your artifacts, as I will refer to them, with open arms. But a new stakeholder appears, and that stakeholder is someone who really doesn't understand what the heck this big CSV means. And in fact, there is a real story around this. I've run a ton of government hackathons, and at one hackathon, I think it was with the once was BIS, Department for Business Innovation and Skills. We had a CSV that hackers were trying to work with to build a project, and there were a whole bunch of column headers, and no one knew what they meant. Not even the people who worked for Biz knew what they meant. Over time, the accompanying document, which Gavin calls metadata, and I also call metadata in this talk, just stopped being published. And maybe I think the data moved home and that document just ceased being published. And we just couldn't work out what it meant at all. Rendering almost this entire data set completely useless. We had no idea what it meant. And to learn what it meant took a lot of time. We did eventually find out, but it sunk a lot of time, and not everyone's motivated or able to do that exploration. And so if you're not publishing metadata along with your data, your open data is actually only open to those who understand it. Your stakeholder list can only be your team, your org, the people who understand what these acronyms, these keys actually mean. So it's absolutely imperative that when you publish data, you are also publishing useful metadata. What does useful metadata mean? Not only, and actually I added a note here, so I will call it out. During Gavin's talk, I wrote here, with tools like OpenNet Zero, by publishing standardized metadata, you allow an increase in discoverability for your data, because now we can actually tell what's held within it. It might not be that that data is published free of charge, but you at least know what to expect. Not only this, though, using standard terms, units even, data types, means that several pieces of data that exist disparately across departments, agencies, organizations suddenly have some contextual value alongside each other. I'm actually very happy I went after you, Gavin. Bricking it, to be honest. Your talk was absolutely amazing. I was like, how do I follow that? But some of the points you raise, I also raise, and hopefully as some key points that you take away today. Also, with your data, publishing a license. This is a critical part of metadata to explain what people can use your data for and how, if at all, they can redistribute it. So depending on your motivations, goals, a well-structured data set, a CSV with some metadata might be totally sufficient. But if one of your motivations is to encourage remixing and reuse by software developers, a CSV is very rarely the final form for the data. Data as published may then by developers be ingested into a database or converted into another format to have standardized queries run against them in something like SQL. This is where we're going to get a bit more nerdy in the talk. And so what you then may choose to do is publish open APIs to aid developers' journey in utilizing your data. Once again, actually, a terminology, shared data, as I learned today in Gavin's talk. Open APIs doesn't necessarily mean open and free to access. It means or rather, it doesn't mean that it is free of charge to access, but that people have access to it. So what are APIs? For those of you who don't know, I think this might be useful. So developers quite often, when starting to work with data, one of the very first search queries they will make in a search engine is insert what I'm trying to learn, API. An API is a set of instructions that describe how developers can interact with data using code. They are often applications that sit on a web server somewhere with some database with data in it, and then developers can run queries against the database using the API. For example, I love that you used the trees example earlier. From a big list of trees in Greater London, show me just those from the borough of Greenwich. Or from that list, show me those that were planted after 2000, or combine those queries, for example. So they allow developers a way to start to interrogate and work with that data programmatically. APIs aren't necessarily all just read-only, accessing existing data, but they may also allow members of the public to insert data into databases as a form of citizen reporting or through community initiatives. There are several kinds of APIs that exist, but they all return, they almost all return a data format called JSON, J-S-O-N. And like CSVs, JSON is a structured data format. Unlike CSVs, they can have nested data, so a little more organization around how that data is stored and represented. So on top of publishing your PDF report, as well as publishing your CSV file, as well as publishing useful metadata that describes not only the data that exists in that data set, ideally also using standardized terms and units and a license, you may also choose to go ahead and publish developer APIs to lower the barrier to entry for remixing and reuse of that data. And this, once upon a time, was quite a feat. It took ages to go ahead and take just this CSV and do something with it and provide an API with it. But you can now, in 2023, do it in like 5 minutes. So my day job's working at Directus, and I'm going to take 2 minutes and contextually explain what it is here. I can feel your eyes rolling into the back of your head as you're like, oh my God, he's going to pitch me for 2 minutes here. I promise it's not that. Directus is a free and open source project that aims to make data accessible in your organization for developers and non-developers alike. It connects to an existing database, as I said. It spits out developer APIs and provides like a web application to work with that data for those who aren't developers or developers also. There's a bunch of extra stuff, granular roles and permissions, automations, insights, dashboards, but that's beyond the point of this talk. We make money when people entrust us with the hosting of that service or for professional services or a few of the extra features that are just in the hosted thing. But what is free and open source, you can deploy on your own servers, you can deploy on your own machine, and you can connect to your own databases without our hands in that mix at all. And what I'm going to show you is the same irrespective of whether you host it or we host it. First thing you do is you set up what we would call a data model. And in the context of taking a CSV and trying to publish it, that just looks like creating a bunch of fields with the same column headers as your CSV. You specify the type. Is this a number? Is this a text? Is it a string? Is it a date? Is it a point in, a latitude, longitude point in the real world, and several other data formats. So you set up this data model, and then you just go ahead and upload the CSV, and you give it a moment. It's taken maybe up to like a minute or so. I fed it a pretty large data set, took a couple of minutes, and then boom, straight away, developer APIs. So what we create is what is known as a REST API and a GraphQL API with that data that is provided. And you can do cool things like show me all the trees, because we know where the trees are. Show me just elm trees, or show me trees with a contract area of highways. This is using a real data set. So these are actual example queries that I ran to just test it worked. Can you show me the trees that remove the most pollution annually? Show me the top 10, or start to combine all of these filters together. Show me the trees that have the most value, like capital value as an amenity tree. Show me only those that are worth like 10 grand or more. Some trees add a lot of value to properties. I learned that looking at this data set. Holy heck, like so much money for a tree. I mean, great, but like I did not expect that. And then out of everything that's worth like 10 grand or more, show me the top 10 pollution removers. It's just an example of what you can start to do. And instead of having to traipse through this data in a tool like Excel or equivalent, you can do so as a developer with code, which then means you can go ahead and start building upon it. Add in roles and permissions, and you can start to explore this idea of shared data with various licensing models. Some data is freely available to all at no cost, no authentication required. Or perhaps you do. Some data, though, is only available if you have a certain property on your user account, and so on and so forth. So tools like this also enable you to start perhaps generating revenue off of your data, though that's something we don't do in the Directus platform itself, but you can integrate that with other platforms that handle like payments and subscriptions, and then keep your users up to date. Now, I also want to talk a little bit, as someone who works in developer relations, around some developer experience metrics that we often talk about that might be useful, might not be useful, but I wanted to raise them anyway. This is one of the key tenets of developer experience when you are building developer products. And I've gone ahead and added a bunch of alternate terms because I think this is applicable not just to developers. For developers, one of our key metrics is time to first API call, from someone signing up for the first time to them using your service successfully for the first time. What is that length of time? And you want to keep that as short as possible. And I think this is applicable not just in the world of developers, time to first query, time to first insight, whatever your motivation is, this is a really good way of validating the changes you're making to data structures, or as you're thinking about a structure of data before publishing it for the first time, making choices against this metric. Explaining how an API can be used and what it returns is critical. We spoke about metadata in terms of static data files. Exactly the same goes for APIs. Developers need to know, what are all of these queries like? I showed you some examples there. Filter, 10, value greater than 10,000. How do you know that you can provide these options? We provide also what is known as API reference or documentation. We being the builders of developer tools, it's a standard thing. Also make sure you're doing this with developer APIs. Directus will soon generate these for you, but even if you're publishing your own APIs, this is absolutely critical. And then finally, before I'm done with the shameless plug, is keeping different access methods in sync is critical. If you have a few ways of accessing data, you have a CSV over here, you have a REST API and a GraphQL API and some kind of visual tool to work with that data. One of the biggest sins you can commit is that the data doesn't look the same in all of these places. If people can't trust your data, they're not going to trust you. So just as we're wrapping up, wow, 17 minutes, or you've listened to me for 17 minutes. Congratulations, we're almost done now. So you've given developers, both internal and external, the power to wield your data and create new projects on top of it. This apparently, I'm not really a Pokemon fan. I don't know why I went with this vibe. Apparently this is the most powerful Pokemon, just because I didn't know that, now you do too. And you or others may then choose to build exploration tools on top of those APIs, to allow people to interrogate that data and gain their own insights and infer their own meaning from that data. And this is generally done in one of two ways, these tools that are built on top of data. Either through some form of curated insights, generally a little more editorial storytelling tools. They may only highlight specific data or visualize key findings, or full-on data explorers, which are less opinionated, often have a higher barrier to entry, but let people understand the data themselves. And just as we're wrapping up, I really do just want to stress, when you're building these exploration tools, whether it is a more editorial, curated style tool, or it is a full-on data explorer, they must be accessible to the users who are using them. What do I mean by accessible? There are two main things I want you to consider. Firstly, you likely do your 40 hours of work a week on something that looks like this, or on a big desktop monitor. Most users who interrogate data may well be doing so from their phones. So you want to be thinking about that experience. And in the more simple, in the more kind of common usage of the word accessible, for those with disabilities. And nothing will ever beat bringing in users with disabilities and doing user testing with them as an integral part of your development process from the very beginning, not as a footnote, not as an afterthought, and ideally you are doing this, there is no absence of this, but not in absence of this, irrespective, some things you can be thinking about: watching color contrast, screen readers, screenboard, keyboard, put your teeth in, Kevin, keyboard navigability. I chose that word, navigability. These are good starting points. You should be doing these anyway. And then when testers are coming in, they can help you find more specific issues that you may not be aware of. So in summary, there are several artifacts you may publish with your data in order to make it as useful as possible. Any reports that are generated off the back of that data might actually be useful for helping people understand the kind of insights that are being drawn out from it, and perhaps also validate whether those executive summaries are actually a fair representation of the data that's being published. The data itself, I've said CSV here, but really that is any structured open data format, quite often CSV, not always, with standardized metadata. That includes things like field descriptions, terms that you use. If I call something one thing and that agency calls it another thing, it's not necessarily inherently clear that these are the same, this refers to the same thing. APIs for easier reuse and contributions, and accessible data explorers. Now, I've gone 30 seconds over, so really quickly, later on in the year, me and a couple of my friends and co-conspirators, Nat and Julia Higginbottom, are going to run this event called National Hack the Government. This might have brought out some distant memory in your mind if you've heard of this event before. Last time it was run was in 2015. We're going to run it later in the year with the aim to bring together developers and other technically curious people to increase transparency in government through open data. So that's my time. Hopefully you found that useful. I would love to chat more out there. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you very much. I must have spectacularly mismanaged this timeline because we have actually got 5 minutes before the changeover. So if you
could have
are
talked less quickly.
You could have added more content, but if you've got the time to stay with us for another 4.5, 5 minutes, if anybody has any questions.
The easy ones, please.
Yes, just easy questions at this time of day.
Sorry, not an easy one. I wanted to ask a bit about APIs and their accessibility. As someone who reuses open data, quite often one of the things I need to do actually is have all of it. So have an entire data set, whereas putting an API in front of it means I get one record at a time and I have to download it all. Do you think there are any transmission formats or ways to make bulk data accessible that don't require APIs that might better suit that case?
Let me think on that and come and find me later. However, few notes. I am not suggesting publishing APIs is it. I think it is something you do on top of publishing all of it. But also there are ways to in a single query, get tons of, not one at a time, 100, 1,000 at a time. But even then, that could pale in comparison to the size of an overall data set. You can do this with an API and have developers kind of go over pages and pages and pages and grab that data themselves. But really, if that is something that you are expecting your users to do, publish all of it too. I'm not suggesting these are things you do. I'm not suggesting these are mutually exclusive options. In fact, exactly the opposite. It's that these build on top of each other, from publishing the PDF report right through to publishing APIs.
Any other questions?
Yeah, really interesting talk. So I understand how REST APIs work, but if I'm publishing a GraphQL API, do I need to have my data stored in a specific way, or does the database need to be formatted in a certain way, or?
No, the underlying data storage remains the same. The way you can think about this is you have your database or data store over here. You have an application built upon that data here, and in the middle you have this glue that needs to be built. You can build that in any number of ways. The data still sits over here and the applications still sit over here. The application will talk to each of these kind of options in a different way, but the data is underlying is the same. So this glue can be built to output a REST API. This glue can be built to provide a GraphQL API. REST API has long been the standard. GraphQL it's not new, it's fairly mature, but it's newer. If you can only do one to a REST API, Directors generates both of them and keeps them in sync. But if you're building one from scratch, REST API is I think that's what many developers expect.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, Kevin. So if anybody's got anything else that you'd like to talk to Kevin about, then we can do that in the break. And we've got one more session before we close this particular track this afternoon, about open data in the sport and physical activity sector, which feels a bit ironic given we've all been sitting on our bums all day. But anyway, there you go. So please stay with us. We'll be back at 5 o'clock on the nose for that last panel of the afternoon. Thank you. everyone, and welcome back to the Open Data Room for the last time on this first day of the State of Open conference. I know a lot of you have been with us throughout the afternoon, so thank you for sticking with us. I hope you've enjoyed the content. If this is your first time in the room, I'm Emma Thwaites. I'm from the Open Data Institute, and I also was involved in the CFP process, which was evaluating the different panels and speakers that we have on the programme, and I'm really proud of what we've been able to put together. So the last panel of the day is a great one. I did make a bit of a quip before the break that we've all been sitting on our bums, so this is quite appropriate to get us all inspired to take... Yeah, come on, yes, that's what we're going to do, Jade. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do aerobics instead. Never mind the data. So as it says on my script, encouraging people from all backgrounds and all abilities to engage in sport and physical activity is good for society and good for all of us. But in the post-pandemic world, getting people moving has become increasingly challenging. So our next panel is chaired by my colleague, Andrew Newman, who is the Principal Data Specialist at the ODI. And in this section, the group will explore how Open Active, a community-led initiative which is funded by Sport England and Big Lottery and is run by ODI, and how that is unlocking sport and physical activity, making it easier for everyone to find and book opportunities to get active. So, Andrew, over to you to introduce your panel.
Thank you very much, Emma. And thanks for everyone joining us at the end of the day. I'm aware that we are between you and conference closing drinks. So I hope this discussion is good enough that you stay with us until the end. As Emma's said, we're going to focus today on how open data can be transformational for people's lives. I'm going to consider that by looking at the Open Active initiative. We've got three panelists joining us today. We've got Nick, who's the director of sport tech company IMIN. We've got Alison, who's the strategic lead for innovation and digital experience at Sport England. And we've got Jade Cation, who is the Director of Impact and Innovation at London Sport. At the end of the session, we should have some time for some questions. But to kick off, I'm going to start with a really simple question for each of the panelists. To help people understand what Open Active is, what is Open Active from your perspective, and why is it important? I'm going to start with you, Alison.
Okay. Hi, everyone. As Andrew said, I represent Sport England. If you don't know who we are, I guess we're nationally lottery funded. We're an arm's-length body of DCMS in government. And I guess our aim is to make it as easy as possible for anyone in England to be physically active and to reap the benefits of doing so. We've got a particular focus on inequalities at the moment with our latest strategy. But Open Active is something that is quite close to our hearts. I guess we've been involved since 2016 when we formally kind of launched the initiative with the ODI. For us, what we see in the data about physical activity is that not enough people are getting those benefits of physical activity. Nearly 40% of the English population just isn't doing kind of regular physical activity. And we hear time and time again that one of the biggest barriers to doing so is finding physical activity in their local area. So you'll ask someone sort of, have you thought about physical activity? Absolutely. Like no one says, I don't want to be physically active. It's that challenge of when you go online and you look for physical activity, it's just not there. It might be there in varying parts. You might get a phone number, you might call, it might be sort of out of date, sadly. So what we've done, I guess Open Active is all about making it possible for the sport and physical activity sector to open up that data, to make it available for anyone, whether you're an innovator, whether you're another sports provider, to use that data in a way that actually encourages someone to be physically active.
Great, thanks, Alison. Yeah. Jade, I'll come to you next with the same question.
Thanks. So I work for London Sport. We're a charity. It's all about the individuals that are in deprived communities, which face the biggest inequalities across London. And Open Active for us is about supporting the sport and physical activity sector. So if you're thinking about community organisations, your local basketball club, to give them the opportunity to market their activities wider than they're able to as individual sports or individual clubs. It's about letting that basketball coach do what they do well and coach that basketball so that their activity or their opportunity can be part of big campaigns. They can get to more people that they would have been able to previously. And then from a participant's perspective, it's about behaviour change. So people having the capability and the opportunity to go to activities. If you think about, I was maybe not a good analogy for sport and physical activity, but Just Eat. If I want to order a pizza, I can find a pizza. There's so many different opportunities for me to get to local takeaway. I can choose gluten-free, I can choose pepperoni, I can choose whatever cheese I want. But when it comes to sport and physical activity, I'm rummaging through the yellow pages, I'm looking through leaflets, I'm spending 20 minutes trying to find something near me. And it's just not a great user experience. So it's bringing that to the individuals and getting our sector up to speed with other sectors.
Thanks, Jade. Nick, kind of the same question, but Jade's talked a bit about infrastructure there. Can you kind of tell us a bit about that as part of your answer?
Sure, yeah. The folks that were in the room before, for the session before, I think open banking was discussed. Open banking is similar to kind of what we're doing here in terms of we're creating a standard way that big organizations and small organizations can interact with each other. And so where open banking, you've got those 9 big banks, and it was about making sure there's a standard way of accessing the data in those 9 big banks. It's a little bit different in our sector, so we don't have regulation to force the big leisure operators, which are the equivalent, to do any particular building APIs, implementing standards, even participating in standards discussions. But there's a real long tail of organizations in our sector, both those that are delivering activity, as Jay talked about, but also in terms of innovating to create booking systems or apps you can use to go and find what to do. And they're the organizations that we're talking about connecting together with the data standards. And so it's a combination of read-only open data in the same way as open banking does that, and also read-write making bookings in the same way as open banking lets you do transactions. And so the standards are available, and what that means is that someone who's built a booking system can implement the standards and become open active compliant, and then anyone can use that information to build an innovative service, for example, the NHS or Decathlon if they're trying to engage their customers to get more active.
Thanks, Nick. That's really interesting. And that point about innovation, I think, is really important because innovation is a key enabler of transformation. Alison, I think you've already talked a little bit about some of the changes that Sport England want to see, but I kind of get the impression this is change at a sector level. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I think as I said, what we see is sort of at the end of the day, we want that end user to be the one that receives the benefits of being physically active, but the complexity of what exists from a system perspective between, sort of the start and the end of a user journey is quite complex. I guess we often describe the sport and physical activity as quite a fragmented sector. And I guess there's a positive to that and a negative. I guess the negative is that kind of the range and the breadth and the capability that you have in that sector is quite broad. You've got, as Nick said, everyone from big leisure operators that have kind of data teams, digital teams, they have the systems, they have the technology and the infrastructure, right down to, I guess you've got your single yoga instructor in a community hall who just wants to put something on for the benefit of the people that they love, like in their local area. And we want to support all of those players in our system to improve their capabilities to move forward as a sector so that we're continuing to meet the expectations of just society, right? Like as Jade said, you're expecting to be able to find things online. Like, why can't you find sport and physical activity online? That's really important. So I think there's that's the negative, but I guess, again, the fragmentation that we need is really important because as a user, if you think about you versus the person next to you, the way you'll look for information is different. The types of activities you'll need are different or desire are different. Your motivations are different. There's no single solution here for individuals. So the fragmentation is important, but it's also how do we support that breadth of supply, if you like, to build skill and to improve.
So you've talked about the range of providers that are in the sector, from these large suppliers to these kind of individual yoga instructors. What's the level of kind of digital maturity like in the sector? Are these people chomping at the bit to publish open data, or is there less commitment?
I guess it's hard to generalize, isn't it? Like I said, but I'd say in the main, like you said, I wouldn't say we're lagging behind. I think there is a element of digital skill and data skills. but we could always be better. Like you said, and there is progress to be made. Particularly, I think, in Jade, probably you work very closely with a lot of those local organisations, I think.
Yeah, I guess at a local level, there's an element of sort of unconscious incompetence as well in terms of the opportunity and potential that the organisations could get from being involved in something like open active and open data. And there's definitely capacity and capability building in terms of if you think about that local basketball club again, they're not going to have the websites, they're not going to have the database, they're not going to have the understanding of what open data is, and actually they shouldn't need to understand about what open data is. It's about us giving them the infrastructure and the capacity to be able to be involved so that they can get on with coaching basketball.
Mm-hmm. Cool, thank you. So Nick, can you tell us a bit about how Open Active is kind of trying to solve some of those challenges that Alison and Jade have told us about?
Yeah, sure. So it's about making sure that there's lots of people in the sector that are already trying to solve these problems in different ways. And it's trying to create a bit more of a joined-up approach. So when we started out on this journey, probably 7-something years ago, there was this real hunger for the Just Eat we talked about, right? People were like, why is it so difficult to book a squash court, for goodness sake, or to find a yoga class? If you're not using ClassPass or something like that, you basically didn't have any other options. And it turns out that's because ClassPass, venture funded, was spending a huge amount of money on individual integrations, something that you just couldn't do unless you had that kind of backing. And so there was this real high barrier where you couldn't get into that space unless you were willing to do all of this work. And even then, they couldn't get into connected to a lot of the systems involved. And as Jade said, because there's a lot of individual instructors, there's lots of small booking systems, there's lots of SMEs. There's 3-person companies who've built a booking system, and they just don't have the time to implement standards. That's not something that's on their radar really. And so what we're trying to do is really create an opportunity for those organizations that are those SMEs, for example, who've got their small booking system that's in use by 1,000-something different instructors, for example, and give them the tools so that they can really easily do something that is already kind of been thought about. They just build these APIs in this specific way, and then they can become part of this ecosystem of lots of other people who are trying to use that information to put in front of audiences to get people active. And so it's almost like connecting the SME on one side, who's those 3 people who want to help particular instructors make bookings, and then there's a SME probably on the other side, or many in fact we work with, who want to engage a particular audience or demographic, or they've got a vision for some particular sport. There's one the other day came up. There's an app that helps you find squash partners. Like yesterday, came across and said, well, this looks exactly like what we want. How can we connect in? Because that's just a very small organization engaging a very specific audience. But of course, without the ecosystem in the middle, there's no way that one squash app is going to go around and get all the massive leisure operators and all the tiny systems, all these booking systems, all these instructors or facility managers on board. And so it's kind of collective action, if you like. It's all of the small systems that need to do the same thing in order that all of the innovators who are looking at totally different slices of the data from lots of different systems can then do their thing. And without that collective action, the innovation doesn't happen.
I was going to add to that, and where this really thrives is where we get a level of data and a level of data richness, which enables us to innovate to particular audiences' needs. Because the fragmentation of the industry is the challenge here, but it's also the opportunity, because when we have that level of data, we can create something that's specific for a specific person's needs in a specific place, and that's where this starts to really get to the opportunities that it has.
Oh, I think one of our kind of priorities for the current phase of Open Active is starting to look at ways we can use the data in new ways for tackling disadvantage or looking at providing opportunities to different types of people. I just wonder what opportunities you see in that space. Alison?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we talk a lot about, I don't know if people know the term social prescribing, kind of as an area that sort of, again, we hear this a lot because from a Sport England perspective, I guess one of our big ambitions is to bring the health sector closer to the sport and physical activity sector, in the sense we're trying to achieve the same outcomes in terms of improving someone's well-being, and sport and physical activity is a really strong enabler of that. And I guess if you think about kind of the challenges that Nick's described in terms of efficiency and sort of just ease in which I can connect someone to the right opportunity, there are kind of social link workers out there, there are GPs out there that, in the 15 minutes that they have to talk to someone in their surgery about physical activity, how can we make that as easy as possible for them to actually offer physical activity instead of prescription? And that's something that you would have heard, sort of that's something that the government is very supportive of. And I think there's a lot of energy there, but again, there's a lot of complexity there. So I guess the further we can get closer to that common language that Nick was talking about, like kind of instead of having 6,000 descriptions of swimming, let's have 6, or at least a way to connect those 6,000 descriptions, then we can get closer to providing, kind of feeding that data into existing pathways. So I guess we're not about creating new ones, unless that's what a user tells us they need. But I think it's important that, something like social prescribing is definitely an area of opportunity that I think we're all keen to explore more.
Thanks, Alison. I'm going to take the opportunity to plug at this point. So the ODI did some research into social prescribing about 12 months ago, and tomorrow we're going to be launching an update to that research and a social prescribing data tool. And actually on the stand downstairs, is it on this floor? It's been a long day. It's on this floor, isn't it? Was it downstairs? Okay. Too many building floors. Yeah. We've got an opportunity for people to look at that open data-driven social prescribing tool and to have a look at social prescribing. So please come and have a look at that at the ODI stand. Nick, one of the things that I think is quite impressive about Open Active is it's been around for quite a long time. And based on past experience of kind of building data sharing initiatives, this is never easy, I've been involved in data sharing initiatives that are driven by regulation, and even then it's hard to get people to publish and share their data. And I think coming to Open Active relatively recently, one of the things I've been quite impressed about is the community and how active that community is. You've been involved with Open Active from the very beginning, and I'm just interested how you went about building the kind of Open Active community that wraps around the standards and the infrastructure.
I thought you might ask that question. So I was trying to think how I could answer that. So I've got a few points to take you through. And so I think it started with, well, it really started with the grassroots movement. We were really lucky to have buy-in really early on when a few organisations, including London Sport actually, kind of came up with this notion that maybe open data could be applied in this sector, and there might be something in here. And also really lucky that Sports England were keen to listen to that really early on. And all of this came about at the time when DCMS was forming its strategy for the next few years. And so we were able to talk to DCMS about it. And this was, there was a little bit of luck in that, because I think the window in which that DCMS consultation happened, I think there was probably like a decade in which if we did it 3 months before or 3 months after, it wouldn't have worked. But as it was, we got in there for the DCMS consultation, so that was really lucky. And so it started off with that grassroots movement, and starting with those organisations who kind of small voices, I suppose, but enough interest and enough influence in terms of getting the ball rolling. And so we started off with that kind of, let's get in front of some organisations that have data and say, well, do you want to open it up? Shall we try and get a leisure operator, for example? Fusion Lifestyle has 40-something leisure centres. Let's see if they'll be interested in that conversation. And then, of course, the first thing you hit is the barriers, is the fear. Oh, but I've got this data. I don't want to open it up. It might be worth something. It's just that kind of dusty thing in the attic, but maybe I don't want to get rid of it in case I could sell it one day. And so you have to get over that. And so we did a little bit of work in terms of getting people to think, actually, there's something in this. And the first few people to share their data, that was a big step. But once that was done, they were willing to then help others follow in their footsteps. And so that was the beginning of the community. You had people saying, actually, I've done this. Why don't you do this too? And we started to see SMEs using the data in really interesting ways. And so that was basically people building their businesses off of the little amount of data that was coming out at that time. And they also joined the community and said, great, we can help as well. And so you had some people who were publishing data, some people who were using data, all kind of starting to coalesce around this idea. And we were also really fortunate because the ODI was involved and had some expertise. Lee Dodds, if he's listening, was absolutely instrumental in helping us create some early standards. which we could rely on JSON-LD and schema.org and these other things. And so we actually had a really technically robust approach, which was really helpful because when we talked to technical people, it wasn't like oh, you're just doing some standards thing. It was, oh, this is really interesting. So we started to get technical people who were interested in joining the community also. And then, yeah, finally, that leads us to kind of the bigger influences. So obviously with Sport England's influence, we ended up branching out to other national governing bodies and different parts of the UK's national lottery-funded sport infrastructure that were keen to push in the same direction. Yeah, it's been a great story of people taking risks within their organization, even if, you know, there was nothing in the job description. It was just that, you know, we would just approach in a cafe and say, I know this isn't in your remit, but do you want to think about doing something like this? And then before you know it, they've started building entire websites and services around it, and yeah, and then they're really bought in, and they're talking to their suppliers and putting it in their contracts and all this kind of stuff, and so it snowballs.
Cool, thanks, Nick. I'm just going to obviously come to you next, Jay, to kind of follow that lead that Nick's thrown down.
Yeah, I was thinking it was about finding some passionate people, right? I was one of those mugs. Yeah, finding passionate people, and also in the industry, in the sports and physical activity industry, where there isn't that much digital capability and capacity and expertise. There wasn't, and it's getting better, but there wasn't many people that understood it as a concept and the importance of it. So it's finding those people that have that level of understanding to see past the next funding application or getting 100 people joining in a session to think about actually how does data work in this world as well.
What's it been like being part of a community of data geeks, for want of a better term?
Yeah, so I've become more of a data geek, but I'm not. When Nick started talking about sort of JSON and using Slack and all of this stuff, it was new to me, which is really interesting. I guess reflection on our sector and the progress it has made and still continues to make to be able to benefit from something like data. So yeah, it's been great for me personally in terms of learning. It's been great for the sector in terms of progressing its understanding. We're bringing more digital skills in all the time. Yeah.
Cool. So just to kind of finish off this then, I guess I'd be interested in your kind of hot tips for building a successful data community. Alison, I'll come to you.
Well, I can see Rob is in the room from ODSC. I guess I was just thinking, like we did during the pandemic, actually, I guess we took a bit of a moment to take a bit of a pause because, again, in that environment, it didn't feel right to be continuing to push, for more data, more open data when a lot of the people we're talking about, I guess, were challenged to even keep their businesses going. So we took a pause, and ODSC did a really robust kind of independent review of the initiative for us. And I guess the thing that I took away from that is that we have a really strong, high-quality data infrastructure. Like, there's no doubt about that. But we probably went too broad with our kind of use case, if you like, in terms of find and book, and that could be anyone for anything. And I guess we needed that. Like, and it's not to say that was wrong. I think we needed that at the time to build the literacy, to build the understanding, to get the excitement and get the passion. But my tip, I guess, would be to start smaller, actually, and sort of start with a very clear set of problems or user needs or kind of use cases that allow you to create these feedback loops. Because I think that's where we have fallen down a little over the years, is that we've done some great things, but you haven't be able to really evidence the impact in the ways that we need in order to build the initiative, to build the sustainability, to keep this moving. And that's where we're at right now. I guess that's what's really exciting about what's to come for Open Active, I guess, is we really do want still more open data out there, but we want more people using it is kind of where we're at. And we really want to kind of collaborate with anyone who is keen to use this data in whatever way. Like, again, it can be a really niche, like, kind of use case. I think there's so many. But yeah, I think I'd start small. Is probably.
Cool, thank you. And Nick, your top tip?
What have I not already said? I think that passionate group of people, as Jay put it, I think that would be my top tip is find, because that's funny, isn't it? It's organizations, but at the end of the day, it comes down to people. You know, there's the people in the room who are going to just get the thing done. And I think that's, you know, if you can find some people in the sector who are particularly keen and hopefully have some kind of incentive as well. I mean, that helps because some people are just keen and passionate, but some people actually also had a business interest or something like that as well. So that kind of coupled together. And that's probably the start of it. And then I think as you get going, leaning into where is the economic value and trying to help people to realize that, because obviously you can start something with a group of passionate people, but to sustain it, you need the economic value. And obviously those people will move on or change roles or whatever it is. And then the people who come in to replace them afterwards will say, what is this thing? Why are we doing this? Okay, so-and-so is passionate about it, but why should our business continue to invest in this area? And that's where the economic argument comes. So if they've got a business case, then it's like, great, we're absolutely going to carry on doing this. And organizations such as London Sport have been doing just that.
Great, and thanks, Nick. And then very quickly, Jade, your kind of top tip.
I'd say, as being one of the people that has had the blood, sweat and tears of being a passionate person, is start by going and talking to people from outside your sphere, because someone's always done something in that area before. I didn't talk to people straight away from outside sport and physical activity and understand all the challenges and learnings and take them in. So, yeah, go talk to people.
Great, thank you. So that's all the questions I've got. I think we've probably got time for one question from the audience. So has anyone got a question they would like to ask us? Okay, we'll just bring a microphone to you.
Thank you. I mean, I could personally ask 3 questions because I've got 3 different hats here. One is someone from a cultural sector digital agency who's trying to do this in the cultural sector. The other, I'm a local councillor and my council could be involved in this. And the third one is that I'm a father and I'm this evening going to take my daughter to sports. And so I'll choose the middle one. How are you approaching local authorities? I mean, the local authority I'm a member of is bringing its sports centres back into public ownership, but there's no appetite for data whatsoever. So how are you, yet local authorities across the country run lots and lots and lots and lots. So how are you approaching that challenge? And the subset is, can I help you?
Alison, I'll defer to you on that.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I think we should help each other. Yeah, I guess a couple of things here. I guess as an initiative, so I guess the difference for this initiative to open banking with the regulatory stick, I guess we found, or we decided, I guess, again, right or wrong assumption, I think we started with we didn't want to use that stick in the way that open banking did, because again, it's about the end user that we want to support. We have tried a few different levers, though, if you like. Sort of we laugh about kind of carrot-shaped sticks and things like that. But so I guess from a Sport England perspective, kind of and through sort of engagement with the community, we have tried sort of improving the terms and conditions within our funding agreements, for example. I guess the influence we can have is when we fund somebody with lottery funding, which is meant to be for the benefit of the community, that we can encourage. I guess we don't have the resource, sadly, to mandate, but we have very strongly encouraged that open data in general, so again, Open Active as one example of a data stand, but also 360 giving and kind of the whole load of data standards that I think the sector could benefit or local authorities could benefit from. So we've tried that. I guess we've also got procurement toolkits where, again, we're putting in advice about open data and Open Active specifically and encouraging that to go into contracts. So again, big investments in leisure centres, and then people like I guess, can have that influence at more of a grassroots level in terms of how do we actually implement this? Because again, we can put something in a contract and in a procurement toolkit, but you've still got that capability gap in terms of then how do we actually make this happen in practice? And again, I mean, you could talk for days about the legacy nature of systems in local authorities and the challenges that brings. So yeah, I think there's lots of, I guess it's looking for all those different levers. And I guess at the moment we're working with the ODI to think about policy in particular and where else we can lever influence across local government.
But if you are interested in anyone else listening to this who is a councillor, because I know there's a few in the tech generally, just reach out, because we've got some guidance we can send you, and we'd love to engage in the conversation, basically give you the tools you need to have the conversation. If you've contracted your new operator already, we can do it post-contract. If you've not contracted yet, then there's some stuff for that as well in the guidance.
Great, thank you. Emma's on the stage, which I think means we need to finish.
You know what that means. It means that there's like, you are between me and a glass of Prosecco. That's what
It's a dangerous place to be. So can you join me in thanking our panel today? Thank you.
So thank you, all of you. That was really super interesting. So please do get in touch with any of the panellists if you've got other questions or suggestions around Open Active. So that's everything for today from the Open Data Room. Thank you so much for being such a great audience. I feel I've got to do the trail ahead, as we used to call it in radio. Richard and I used to work together. So we have overrun a little bit, but we've got lots going on still tonight. I'm told there are DJs, circus, which is extraordinary. TP's out on the lawn with fires and all sorts going on between now and 8 o'clock this evening. And if you have commitments and you need to get home, then I hope you'll be coming back tomorrow morning, and we'll see you here at around 10 o'clock. So I look forward to that, and see you then.
Thanks, Anna. Cheers.